Warm welcome to the BCU Health Board meeting. Warm welcome online. We have colleagues. We are here in the optic belonging to the University of Wrexham, and this room is quite a large room, quite a high ceiling. So I'll ask everyone to raise their voices so that everyone can hear. Please speak clearly because the acoustics are quite perfect. So I hope you're hearing well at home as well. A warm welcome to a few people who are joining us today. We have a visitor from Welsh Government, Carwyn Wychley. Carwyn is at the moment acting as a private secretary to the cabinet member that we've known so well for health, the Minister for Health, who's about possibly to become the Prime Minister. So I'm glad that Carwyn is here to observe today and has been with us in an informal session of the board yesterday. Warm welcome to Carwyn. A warning that there aren't any fire drills today. So if there are any fire alarms, we need to vacate through the front door or the back door over there. Mr. Gwynfor Owen, or Councillor Gwynfor Owen actually, is here today to provide the translation, and Lowry will be translating online. Thank you to you both for the work, that important work. We'll move on to the apologies. A few apologies. Mike Larman is apologising because he has COVID, which reminds us that a lot of COVID is going around at the moment, and I hope Mike and his family get better soon. A few other apologies. Mike Parry, Dyfed Jones, Councillor Dyfed Jones, Phil Nichols, Nick Irons, and James is here delegating for Nick Lyons. So those are the apologies. I think so. Just another warning that if you do see people coming in from time to time with cameras, they're a film crew. There is a film crew from Chwarel who are going to be doing another series. Some of you will have been a part of a series and will be doing a bit of filming, but won't impact at all on our meeting. So on to the agenda. The first item is declarations of interest on any matters arising in the agenda today. Any declarations of interest? No? If we move on to the minutes, quite a few minutes to be approved from the board meeting on the 10th of July, 11th of April, and June the 30th. There were two additional meetings. One for the annual meeting and the accounts, and another for the air ambulance. So I would ask for approval of those. Is everyone happy to approve those minutes? Any objection? Okay, thank you. Matters arising, and I'll turn to Pam.
Anything from the action log you wish to note, please, Pam.
Thank you. The action log is there. I just Happy to take any comments from any of the board members. The one you'll notice on the action log, there's a gap there on 24.102.4, and that was in relation to the financial action plan as a result, which was addressed, picked up in the accounting meeting. The action was there for us to circulate the action plan. I'll do that following the meeting. I haven't picked that up to now, so I should have put an update on that. So that was the only one I wanted to draw attention to. I think the other matter, David, is we'll be looking at some consistency, how we deal with action logs across the board and all committees. So we've got some consistency going forward. So I'm happy to take any questions, or indeed any of the directors will be able to answer any points on their lead actions.
Great, that's very helpful. Gareth?
Could I just ask on 24118, the planned care escalation meeting is referred to. I just wondered, could I just clarify the membership of that? I presume it's under the executive, but I'd be interested in knowing.
It's for independent members, in fact.
Oh, it's the one. It's the one that we haven't met yet, but we're meeting next week. That's okay. It's a different title.
What I would say though is that we've got a number of escalated meetings, given the focus on this matter. So yeah, there are executive and senior manager and senior clinician meetings, but for the independent members,
next week
oversight.
Thank you.
Rhywun arall? Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiad yna?
So everyone happy to accept the content of that report then? Thank you. Moving on, therefore, to the standard items. And the first one is the staff story. I think Angela will be introducing this item. Angela, over to you.
So this month we're presenting a patient's story in the form of a staff story. So identifying what staff do to support our patients with dementia and how we can improve the outcomes for our patients and their experiences while they're in hospital with us. So this story is about one of our dementia support workers, activity coordinator over at Mould Hospital, called Diane. And I actually was with Diane and the team on Tuesday because it's their 40th anniversary today of Mould Hospitals being open. And unfortunately, obviously, I'm here, so I couldn't meet with them. But I went over on Tuesday and had a fantastic opportunity to see them in action, working with individual patients and groups of patients. There was some information around mouth care and information to student nurses that was actually shared with the patients in their group. And on Monday, they'd had their Monday Club, where they'd had tea and biscuits and had conversations about the past and had some reminiscence therapy, which was really, really good to see. So I'll introduce the film. It's a narrative with some photographs, and it was some work that was started pre-COVID and has been completed since, and has made a real difference to those patients coming through Mould Hospital and got them to undertake activities that they would have done in their youth.
Da iawn. Diolch yn iawn. A rwan mae yna ffilm I ni
And
wylio.
now there's a short film for us to watch.
Hello, I'm Diane Sweeney. I've been here in Mould Hospital as a dementia activity support worker for 5 years. I feel very lucky and privileged to get to know the person behind the patient, as nobody asks to be in hospital. To be able to try and fix issues, problems, to be able to sit and chat with both patients and families. Their little world changes so quickly from independence at home to them being in pain, confused, sitting by the bed, being told or not what's going to be happening next, slowly losing confidence, watching everything around them running 100 miles an hour past them. So I'm a little bit slower and do stop. I can give time to those that want it. I hope to build confidence, empower them to believe they can still do things plus have fun. Just because you're in hospital, everything doesn't have to stop. One of my favourite activities I love to do is reminiscence group work. 4 years ago in one of my groups, we were chatting about keeping warm as children. They said how nobody carpets, they mostly had quarry tiles and very cold underfoot, but their mum and gran would make rag rugs. I asked what a rag rug was and where they used them. In front of the fire, by their bed as they got out, in the kitchen and anywhere in the house that needed one. They explained Dad would bring a Hessian sack home, Mum would get all the old clothes and cut them into strips, and then have a hook to pull the material through the sacking. So I asked if we could get material, would they like to help me make a rag rug for the hospital? Oh yes, we can show you, they replied. I then checked with matron if we were okay to go ahead. We had a few changes to make. We couldn't use an old sack, old clothes, and it couldn't be a rug for the floor. The reasons being were a clinical area and nothing used that couldn't be wiped. So after a chat with the group, they said some people used wool sometimes, and why not make it as a wall art picture? And when it was finished, we could put it somewhere in the hospital. So we began. I went and picked up a piece of Hessian, sent for a special hook. We had decided on a Welsh dragon. My friend drew it for us. Then it came to start. I hadn't realised it had to be stretched while making. People know that I don't do things small. If you're going to do something, do it big. So I'd had a large dragon drawn on Hessian and couldn't find a frame to fit it. My husband had a friend in Bala that does amazing wood turning. I phoned him. He asked the size and within 2 weeks had made us our very own frame for our dragon. We were ready to get started. I was amazed how easy to most of the ladies getting back into something they'd not watched or done themselves in over 70, 80 years. As they were doing it, I could see them going right back to sitting watching Granny or Mum by the fire doing their rag rug as a child. So special to see. Then we were hit by COVID. The frame was not allowed to be kept in the hospital because it couldn't be wiped down. So I took it home where it sat behind the wardrobe for 3 years. Last year I set it up again and brought it back where a few more new patients had a go. More special memories of cold winter mornings, thank God for the rag rug Mum had made, as they stepped down from their beds, ready to go down to breakfast. The dragon was finished in April this year. The background was painted green and white like our Welsh flag, and all the ladies' photos that helped me make it was placed around the dragon. The Hessian was taken from the frame and placed onto a hard board, and this has gone off to the framers. I'm very proud of everyone's hard work, but so pleased about how our dragon brought skills and memories back that we thought had been forgotten.
Part you in a voice and the doing what is wanted by the patients rather than it being a set programme that is done. I'm really proud of Diane and the work she does. She's one of 32 of our dementia support workers across the organisation, and we're looking to increase those roles. We've got the training that's out there to support them, to enable them to do that, and work in innovative ways of what we can try to do. Diane actually has won her bronze, silver and gold awards for patient experience PALS support, and I was really privileged last month to award her the EDON Award, the Exec Director of Nursing Award. So when I went on Tuesday, she was wearing it with pride on her uniform. So really lovely story, I think, to share.
Brilliant, thank you very much. I'm going to, before anybody else gets in, I'm just going to follow that, and I just wondered, in this space, there's lots of good things happening, and I wonder how closely we work with third sector and local authorities. Maybe you can share some of that. That'd be quite useful us to know.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so we're trying to get more involved with third sector, very involved with local authorities. So I'm the exec lead for dementia and picked that up last year. We've got a steering group, as it identifies in the paper, that leads, and we're very sort of co-produced on that steering group. We do have a joint person who works with us, is jointly funded.
Right.
And so we do have very, very close connections. Third sector, we're getting more involved,
Sure.
trying to identify how we do that
Great.
and bring into the organisation. You'll be aware of obviously the film that it was earlier in the year that was identified. We have a dementia consultant nurse at the moment who works within my team from a corporate and trust-wide perspective, a health board-wide perspective. But we are recruiting, as identified in later papers, a dementia consultant nurse for mental health and learning disabilities, who will be more operational rather than the research and strategic work that my team have been doing.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Dwi'n meddwl Rhian sy'n dod gynta.
I think Rhian comes first.
Nodwch Bertha wedyn Rhian gynta.
Just a little here. Dwi bron yn mewn dad fel
I'm almost in tears here.
a faint mor bwysig ydi o.
And how important it is.
Ond i 35, there is only a lot of activity.
35 doesn't sound like a lot. How are they shared across Betsy so that it reaches as many people as possible?
Cwestiwn da iawn.
Good question.
Diolch am
And thank you
nodi'r pwynt yna pan
for noting that point and how important
Mae'r maes hwn yn
this area
llawer iawn
touches
llawer iawn ohonyn ni.
so many of us.
A nid dim ond genedlaeth i
Not
ni.
just the older generation, of course.
Dwi'n siŵr os Angela.
I'm not sure, Angela, if you could answer that question.
Thank you. I think it's really important that we spread this across the health board, and we do have training for roles within specifically mental health and learning disability. But one of the things that I'm undertaking at the moment is the establishment review of nursing across learning disability and mental health, and identifying those activity coordinators that are needed within those areas, and that dementia training and support will be for those staff as well. We do have, as again identified later in the meeting pack, training that is bespoke for mental health learning disability, shining the light, if you like, on dementia and making sure we've got that consistent approach. So it is the ambition. I think, you know, we've developed these roles within the last 2 years since I've been in post, and I think that's been adopted across the IHCs with vigour. They've really embraced this, and we are making sure that is happening across.
Diolch yn iawn. Bertha nesa wedyn Gareth.
Sorry.
No, raise your voice a little.
It's really good to see direct experience and hear staff speaking about the pride and then years ago, I did work in a home where care was given for patients with dementia, and this is 40 years ago. When I look back, I mean, I was aware how horrible it was at the time, but now that I've had other experiences, I can see more clearly how horrible it was. But at the time, no one had anything to do, and the women spent a lot of time folding their dresses. They would just fold their dresses because, you know, I'm not saying anything against men, but women in the home are usually very busy doing something. So I know that things have moved on, and looking at our connections and responsibility for care, especially around discharge, I am aware that good practice in many homes now involves people living in residential homes actually being involved in jobs that keep the homes going. So it could be washing, could be cooking, could be setting tables, or, you know, doing something in the garden. You know, is that something, you know, care that we give, or homes that we're connected with? Does that practice happen? Could you hear me?
Absolutely. So I would have to investigate around what happens within our homes that we connect with. But certainly within the dementia support worker roles and activity coordinator roles, there is that opportunity for sort of afternoon tea to be supported by the patients if they're able to, for them to get involved in quizzes and different activities that are happening. We've actually done some work with local council and job seekers around getting people ready for a role in the community. And I met one on Tuesday at Mould, who had been given an opportunity within Old Hospital and was working, and identifying how people could undertake different things. And photography was one of the things that people were interested in, and undertaking the little projects for the ward to make it better. So, you know, helping with the wrapping of napkins, if you like, when they were ready for the meals and things like that. So some people are not able to, and that's accepted. But the ones that are able to and want to get involved and are stimulated by that, then certainly that is happening in our community hospitals and in mental health and learning disabilities.
Gareth, Vanessa?
Yeah, I mean, I have the same question as Rhiannon, which has been well answered. But just to say, I also really think it's important the monthly meetings you've instituted, because despite, you know, the incredible energy and positivity of the colleague that was interviewed, you know, it must be really challenging work, and particularly if you're one person in a community hospital, having the chance to regularly catch up with colleagues, I think is really important. I just want to very briefly go a little bit off subject, because it's about consistency as well. And you've obviously talked about, we're going to spend quite a lot of the agenda talking about the work of MHLD, but I saw a really excellent practice by the older people's community mental health team in Bryn Berel and Pwllheli, where they have a sort of respite opportunity. They take people in, loads of really creative activities. But the thing that struck me is that it was really positive. But then when I go elsewhere, we don't have the facilities to do that. So obviously we can't unfortunately do best practice everywhere all the time. But I do think we need to look at how we can, you know, make that more general. And again, that all comes back to some of the issues we have with the estate and so forth. But I think it should definitely be as an ambition that we need to do more like that. Because this, in that case, this was obviously helping people stay in their homes, but giving them sort of meaningful opportunity to escape from the prison that dementia is.
Chris, and then Carol, and then if you want to come back with it.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to extend the comments that you'd made with regard to working with others. I recently did a walkabout in Llandudno Hospital, and the dementia support workers there had done some fantastic work with the local schools in Llandudno. And if you look on the wall by General Office in the corridor there, you'll see a large frame with lots of postcards from the children. Just the power is in the simple language that children use to describe the conversations that they'd had with individuals with dementia. So worth a look if you go there. But another example really of the power of the dementia support workers and how they're working into the community, not just in our hospitals.
Thanks, Chris.
Carol, did you want to make a point?
Yeah, just briefly. First of all, thank you for bringing the this staff story through. Yeah, Diane's enthusiasm does sort of fill the room here. There is a point about consistency, and I do think, Gareth, when I've been out and about, a bit like Chris, particularly in our community hospitals, I think this is a very strong feature. And I think that's a great environment for people if they do need to be in hospital, and our work to try to reduce the numbers of people who perhaps need to be in an acute setting where it must feel very, very difficult if you have dementia to be in an acute setting. So one of the things for us, particularly where we've got delays in pathway, is to really think about people who have dementia and fast tracking, if you like, their placement into community hospital and then into community. A fantastic group of people who are the dementia activity coordinators, but also when I was at Colwyn Bay Hospital, actually, the healthcare support workers taking on that role as well. So I think this is something that others can do where perhaps those roles aren't in place. We will come on to this later as an agenda item, but dementia, care standards, hospital charter, there is absolutely no reason why us as a health board with our partners looking at Vaughan, because this is a core service area with local government, that we can't be have the very best offer for people. So I think we're sort of jumping ahead a little bit, but we'll unpack it a little bit more shortly.
Carol, don't know if you wanted to close with anything?
Yeah, I wanted to say, obviously, the commitment across the health board is there from a senior nurse team, medical and AHP, you know, the pull together to get these roles supported, funded and established permanently. So we will then increase and continue to have that consistency as Carol identifies and make sure that we've got the offer that's needed. But thank you for listening and watching. I'm really, really proud as you can see my teams.
Yeah. Diolch yn iawn, Angela, a diolch hefyd am eglwyniad yna sydd wedi bod yn werthfawr iawn.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation that has been very valuable. Everybody happy to note the content and our gratitude, and we're looking forward to seeing the services being developed further. On to the next item, 4.144. The Chair's report first of all, and then the Chief Operational Officer and the Vice Chair. As far as my report is concerned, I'm not going to read it at all, but I would like to note one thing that is becoming apparent, or has become apparent in the past months, which is the opportunity, the great opportunity that we have across the North to work closer with community groups and third sector organisations. There are two things that I'd like to draw attention to. I attend many meetings, internal and external, and I'll venture to say that the most valuable ones are the ones when I meet people in the community. Although I'm very happy to see everyone here, of course I am. I learn a lot by meeting people out in their communities and people sharing their experiences and ideas. I see great things happening. One of the examples is the opportunity I got to attend Bwyd Da Môn annual general meeting. I think Vaughan was there as well. A project that works in community, across communities in Anglesey, about quality of food and supporting people with financial pressures and so on. And it's just an example of people coming together. Most are volunteers doing valuable work. And that makes a real difference and has a positive impact on the health and well-being of people. A number of examples. Something dissimilar. In Flintshire last week, or something similar. The search project. A project where third sector organisations, local authorities and us as a health board are working together, providing opportunities for young people with additional learning needs to have work experience. We have 250 young people across the North that have been in locations, varied locations, some in the health board and some in local authorities and some with employers in the private sector. Private and public sector. Most of those young people then go on to get permanent posts, and it was a privilege to see the contribution those young people had made and the support from employers. Ceremonies have taken place across the North, and I'm keen to develop this work. And hopefully employers who aren't currently a part of the project can come forward to provide support for young people in our area, because we know because of the size of the health board as the main employer, that we have a responsibility really to support people who require that support. But it's something that we feel is a privilege for us to be a part of, and it was a privilege to be a part of the ceremony. And that's just one example of those things that are taking place around us that sometimes don't get any attention under the radar because of everything else, but it does demonstrate the potential as the main employer for the North, one of the organisations, those anchor organisations that can contribute beyond the mainstream, if you like. So we'd had an opportunity to see that happening in the ceremony, and that's just one example. It's been a busy period, but you will see there is a gap in the diary. I did take 10 days off during that time, since in case you think that I disappeared for a while. I was fortunate to have a period of holiday. Happy to answer any question or take any comments. No one? Teresa. I just want to support what you said about the search programme, if I may. It was recently an awareness week for learning disabilities across North Wales, and we flew the flag across the 3 main locations at Ystwyth, Glenclwyd and Wrexham. And it was a privilege. We had a lot of young people who've been with us working, young people going for interviews. And what was great, some of these are now working on physical health and as champions for their peers, and we're working closely with them. And when we think about the story we had before, many of these young people work with craft and art to help physical as well as mental health. Exceptional work, young people with learning disabilities, and it was a great privilege, and I was very grateful to everyone who came to the 3 sites. So important that we do discuss this important topic. Thank you, Teresa, and thank you for that comment. Any other questions or comments? Assume that you're happy then to accept the content of that report. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next report. Carol, over to you.
Thanks very much. Those who are eagle-eyed, you will have spotted the format change on my report reflects the strategic objectives of the organisation. So happy to receive feedback on that, and we'll develop it. And the purpose of the report really is to try to draw through just a couple of things that may either be on the agenda later, and a nod to those, but particularly those that aren't in another report, but are worthy of celebrating and drawing to colleagues' attention, as well as actually some of the very real challenges that we're working on. I'm going to take the report as read. We've got a very big agenda, but I just want to add a couple of things that at the time of writing were not known and in the public domain. So just to say that the COVID inquiry first review report is now published. We will be doing work on that in the organisation with Pam and Jane in particular, as well as other colleagues, and look to bring back some reflection on the key things that are particularly important for us as a large integrated health board to take forward in terms of our responsibilities. So there will be a series of these reports over the coming years, and we do have mechanisms in place already to receive those reports. The other update on my report is around executive and senior management team appointments. Really pleased we were able to say the Director of Performance and Commissioning appointment, I can give a name now, Stephen Powell, who will be joining us in September. And also pleased to say, hot off the press, I've got his permission on this, is to say that Gareth, where's Gareth gone? Gareth has agreed to take on a really big role, I think, as the Integrated Health Community Director for Centre. Lots of opportunities and also challenges ahead, but to thank Gareth for that. So really pleased with that. We are very busy recruiting into vacancies at executive director positions because we do want to be able to get to the place where we do have a full board, recognising so much progress on the independent member side already. So I promised somebody that I would flag their success as well, and they may well be listening in, and that's the work around diabetes. And you'll recall that diabetes is a key element of our annual plan. Well, I was delighted to hear about one of our colleagues who has developed material for children in relation to diabetes. I've got a lot of national recognition through their appearance on CBeebies bedtime story. Yeah. So I wasn't quite sure I could ever, as a chief exec, talk about CBeebies, but really pleased that Dr. Rose Stewart's work has been recognised in that way for such a really challenged and key area. And I'm sure in the future we'll be having those reports on diabetes coming through. So there's a lot to say, but I'll leave it there, Chair.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, a cyn I mi droi at eraill, os oes 'na-
Thank you. And before I turn to anybody else, I would also like to congratulate Gareth
A diolch iddo fo am
and thank him
swydd
for taking this, and this will be his final board meeting in his current role. So I'd like to thank him for all of his support to the board, and we look forward to collaborating and achieving much more good things in the future. So congratulations to you on that appointment. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Gareth, first of all.
Briefly, given my sort of role with primary health and also the absence of our colleague Mike, wanted to say how important and how much personally I welcome the approval of the M-Farm course at Bangor.
Yeah.
I mean, we will be talking, no doubt, we do talk a lot about the areas in which the performance of the health board isn't particularly great, but community pharmacy is one of the ones where we are doing really well, and particularly in terms of pharmacist prescribing. And I think my understanding is right that either in 2026 or 2027, all fresh graduates coming out will have that without having to go supplementary training. So this is really important in terms of strengthening what's already a good area of our performance going forward. So, you know, congratulations to the team at Bangor University for getting that done.
May I just comment briefly on that, because that really important change to being independent prescribers will play a really important part in how we think about providing services in the future. So our work on the development of clinical services plan and strategy, that's going to feed through as well. And as Mike isn't here, I just would want to say that our growing relationship with Bangor University, but other specialties as well. So I think the prospects are really very positive about the future here. We've got to grab the opportunity with both hands.
Iawn, iawn. Rhywun arall, unrhyw questions? Carol? Nag oes, felly pawb yn hapus I dderbyn y adroddiad a diolch.
So everyone happy to accept the content, and thank you, Carol, for all of her work during the recent period. Thank you, Carol. So the Vice Chair, over to you,
I
Gareth.
don't think I need to say anything by way of introduction, apart from to say, you know, the report hopefully speaks for itself. I suppose I should say how much, I don't know if enjoy is the right word, but how much I appreciate the opportunity to go around and meet different parts of the organisation where there's some fantastic work going on at the coalface, and that includes a really wonderful meeting I had yesterday with the CAMS team in the East. So, you know, just to record my thanks for the people who spend time explaining things to me. But nothing more by way of introduction, but I'm happy to take questions, or obviously from colleagues, if anybody ever wants to talk to me about specific issues, you know, my metaphorical door is always open. So.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Gareth. Diolch am o'r holl waith.
Thank you, Gareth, for all of the work, and congratulations. Gareth has been following a cwrs Cymraeg at Aberystwyth recently as well, and has developed his Welsh. So let us help Gareth with his Welsh and speak Welsh to him. Not fluent yet, he says. You're doing very well. I do try. Excellent. And we'd like to support Gareth with every effort that he's making, and thank him. And thank him for the work. Any questions or comments on Gareth's report? No? If we're happy to accept the content of that report, and thank you for all of the work undertaken across the north. I know about all of the travelling he does from Penllyn to Queensferry. Next item. Which is the report that responds to a report by the Royal College of Psychiatrists. You'll recall in the last meeting that we discussed this matter. There are a number of developments since, and I would welcome Jeff and Carol from Llais. I'm very grateful to both for their support. And David, who has been a part of conversations with families, and I'll invite Jeff forward. Jeff, if you'd like to say anything before we get
the report itself, please, so you can provide us with some of the context, perhaps. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've had a couple of meetings with families. David's here today. Phil Dick did hope to attend, but he has childcare responsibilities today, so he wasn't able to. We had our second meeting last week. I think that was useful, carried on the work from the first one, but it also allowed families to explain their scepticism and the difficulty they had in the first round of improvements in 2018, 2019, 2020. I think they are hopeful that it's different this time. It feels different. But last night Phil asked me to repeat that scepticism remains, and they're looking to you to prove them wrong about the pace of change and the depth of change. I think we're really grateful that there will be an expert advisory panel with members of the family, current service users, third sector, and as we were looking at price membership as well. I think this time around what we would like to see is, rather than just statements that things have been resolved, actually the advisory panel will be looking to see that things really have been resolved and actions claimed have been taken. It's a new health board, and I think relationships are different, but they will still be looking for that proof. we will we'll continue to work with Teresa, with Ian and Gareth to take this forward. It would be useful to have regular reports on the board. I'm sure you plan that, but I think this is something that needs to be seen moving forward. There's some work to do in the various groups about establishing which of the 80 odd recommendations are still relevant, which need urgent action, which can be discarded because things aren't relevant anymore. But also what is new. I've spoken to the people involved, and I understand that you're not just looking at Royal College recommendations. You're looking at the service in the round.
Yeah.
And welcome to establish those issues. We can certainly bring forward current service users who have relevant experience, and I think things are different post-pandemic. We're seeing a lot of new issues. One of the most surprising issues we've seen is the prevalence of people with suicidal thoughts.
Yes.
Last week, ICE has a new procedure to take forward when people express suicidal thoughts to us. Last week I dealt with 6 sort of situations in a week. That's, for us, that's unprecedented. I ended up speaking to Ian and his deputy a lot about that, but it is something that has really changed, and I think needs to be worked into now, along with other post-pandemic issues.
Yeah.
I think I've said all I need to say.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jeff, and we're grateful for the work you have contributed here, both you and Carol, and the support you've given ourselves and the families, and we're looking forward to continue that cooperation going forward. I'll turn to Carol first, and there will be others who need to contribute, and Ian is here as well, so first up, Ian also.
Diolch, thanks very much, Chair. This is one of the most important reports and areas that we will consider today. There's a very busy agenda, but as Jeff has outlined really well, I think there's hope that we move forward, but there's scepticism from the past, and we have to take that on board and take that into account. And I think in our discussions with people who've had those difficult experiences, just reflecting on how we demonstrate the evidence of moving forward is going to be a really key aspect. And actually, while we talk about mental health and the wider care of people with dementia, actually that needs to be a feature of the board more generally, I think, in other areas where a lot of effort goes into making improvements, but with the evidence and showing the evidence that that's had an impact. Just wanted to remind ourselves of the advice that we were given by the group, which was really go and get best practice from elsewhere, look outside the organisation, look outside Wales, even look outside of the UK, for us not to rush into another action plan, but to really consider very carefully the things that will help move the service forward. And some of the recommendations that may have been now superseded, as Jeff was saying, for people outside of the health board to work with us and bring those fresh eyes and perspectives, and then of course to grab hold of some of the things that we really can do and push forward on. So the report that has been brought forward by Angela and Teresa predominantly covers many of those aspects, and in particular the work that is already in progress. And not to jump too far ahead onto the next agenda item, of course, there's a big here about the electronic health record, which has been such a big issue in terms of supporting staff to deliver great care. So I'm also very grateful with the tone and the approach that has been taken, and just to reiterate, you know, mine and our commitment to taking this forward in an open and very enthusiastic way.
Yeah.
I was going to hand over to Angela and Teresa.
I'm going to Angela. Teresa, you first, Angela?
Yes, that's
we did Teresa, right.
Diolch. So Teresa and I have been working on this, identifying how we can give the information to show where we're going to be going, and how we are going to be changing the outcomes, and looking at how we can make sure that that quality of care is there, that we are listening and that we're taking things where they need to go. I'm going to be looking at from a health board perspective. So the issues that have been brought up in the reports and the Royal College of Psychiatry review have resonated within the whole of the health board in some of the issues that we've been dealing with. And obviously we're in special measures because of some of the issues around communication and engagement with our patients and the public, and the way we've dealt with complaints, the open and transparency of what we've been trying to do. So we've identified that it's not just the mental health response that we want to make. We want to make sure that the specifics are there from the details that we're working with, but also a wraparound from a health board perspective, so that the change is made systematically across the health board that will be sustained and will impact on mental health. And then mental health experiences will feed into how we can improve the health board as well. So the paper identifies the key building blocks. And just yesterday, we had a board development session around developing our strategy and vision for the health board and our clinical service plan, and how we're going to be taking that forward to make sure that we've got that opportunity to have a vision for the next 10 years, to have a clinical service plan that makes it approachable for the public to understand and get involved in our developments and making sure the services are where they want to be. The operating model refresh that's identified in the paper. We had that work undertaken and it was implemented 2 years ago, just as I arrived. Mental health didn't necessarily have the follow through on that and it get to the place it needed to be. And we're doing a full refresh of the operating model currently. So that allows us to look at how we work. And Teresa and I have been discussing in her new role from next month as a clinical executive with me, how we look at that multidisciplinary working, how we make sure that is evident across mental health as well as the whole of the health board. And I think that's really exciting for us to be able to do that work together alongside obviously the medical director as the clinical execs with support from public health. Introduction of the quality management system. So that came to board last time and was approved as a framework. We're now working with the performance team supporting us to identify the first pilots for where we're going to utilise that quality management system and how we're going to tweak it and refine it to ensure that we've got the best methodology and we've got the support wraparound for the services. So mental health have volunteered to be one of the first pilots alongside vascular and urology. So we're just working that up at the moment to identify how we're going to be taking it forward. And by September, we'll have those processes in place and moving forward through that. The integrated concerns policy, which is later on in the agenda, was informed from coroner's feedback, from our investigations work, but also from the Royal College of Psychiatrists and the feedback we got around concerns and about the timeliness of them and the investigations that were undertaken and the oversight of them. So again, I'm presenting that a little later on the agenda, but it's been built by the teams, it's been built by working. We've got price feedback, we've got Welsh Government feedback, we've got our clinician feedback to identify how we can make that so that's the best opportunity for us to address concerns, incidents, mortality issues, and we don't get lost in silo working and not covering what we need to and giving a timely response to people who are waiting to understand what's happened. Strengthening organisational development, culture and leadership is work that is wrapped around from a special measures perspective. Board development, the recruitment as Carol identified of board members, identifying strengthening the exec team, working on the operating model and supporting teams to take things forward. Electronic health record, I'm not going to rehearse the next item. And then service user and carer engagement. Helen and my team in patient experience have been very active, working with Kath Broderick as our independent advisor to look at how we do things differently than we've done before, so that we've got that real engagement. And only last week, Carol and I met, and David met with family to identify what had gone wrong in the past and how we can learn from that. And then embedding the risk management framework, we've had a refresh, we're on a journey with it. It feels much better. We understand our risks now. They're articulated in a different way, and we can make sure we can own them and make the changes. Rather than being on a register, we can actually make the changes to take them off the register and address the issues that are around them. And then I've already alluded to the dementia activity that is happening across the health board in partnership, making sure we've got that opportunity to be the very best in what we're doing and utilising our staff and their, you know, the passion you heard earlier for making sure the patient's journey is the very best it can be. So I think I'm going to hand over now to Teresa around the details of what we're going to be doing from a mental health perspective, but hopefully that gives you an understanding of where we are and a reprimand from health. Thanks.
Teresa. Yeah.
I will speak in Welsh. Thank you, Angela, talking about the important work that is taking place, and I'd like to thank the families. If you could raise your voice if possible, it's quite difficult. The acoustics aren't great. Apologies for interrupting. Just wanted to thank Angela for talking about some of those building blocks that put everything together. I do feel that we will be working differently, but I'd also like to thank the families. It's been a privilege to work with Llais and Phil and everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to do so. I won't repeat the apology on the last board meeting, but I'd like to say on behalf of the mental health team that we won't forget what has happened, and in putting the scheme together and the work in the Appendix 1, what has become apparent is that the teams know about what's happened, why it's so important, and why we have to move forward, which has been very important. So there is an opportunity to write this response plan, and it is a response rather than an action plan. It's a response plan which has been important to us to remember the past, but remembering and looking towards the future and the hope for the future, as Carol explained in her presentation. As far as the report and the detail in the appendix, I won't go through line by line. There are too many lines, and there are a few that we need to strengthen, which is something that I want to discuss with the chair, especially in relation to psychology and therapists, where we can work together so that we are stronger. But I do welcome the fact that the health board is working so well together. It's been a privilege to work with Angela on this plan and response. And Dylan's work we'll be discussing later as well in relation to the electronic health record is so important, and it's something that staff have grasped, and we sincerely hope that this will move forward quickly. And then the report talks about some of the areas that are already moving forward, but I won't say that they're finished. I haven't got there yet. The focus for me now is to make sure that the governance work, which makes sure that the work is in place moving forward. I'm very grateful to Pam and her team for her support to make sure that we get this right. So you, as a family, the public, and the new families and users of the service now can trust in this, that we have confidence that the work is moving forward positively to the future, and that we're looking to the future rather than looking to the past, and that we learn from the lessons of the past. One of 2 points I'd like to make. I remember in the last board meeting that we were talking that the team, the learning and disabilities team, that we were looking inwards, and there is good work, but we need to reach out to others. And one of the partners that we're reaching out to is the AGIW, Health Health Education Improvement Wales and are a great partner. And the work on physical health is moving forward. And I'm grateful that we have clinicians here today helping us. That work is so important in this area of work. Angela has touched already on the work that we're doing with patients, families and carers, and I'm delighted that we've already mapped the work across the team and the different mental health teams. That has been a privilege, but that's a first step, and we have to see that work through. And we've also looked at the terms of reference to make sure that that's fit for purpose moving forward. To conclude, Chair, if I may, Carol, you're right, Jeff, COVID has changed things. The world has changed. The world that we're working in, the mindset of staff, the mind of the population, even the services across the age groups is different. So I do feel that if we can make sure that the governance is tidy and in order, with your help and your experience and information and the service user experiences, now we can work through this response work in the appendix, but more than that, looking to the future so that things are in a better place, are tidy, and that you're confident in the services. And I'm looking forward to continue to work with you, Ian, to make sure that we do make a difference. I also look forward to working with specialist consultants to make sure that the provision is appropriate in the future, that you're confident in the experience and the specialisms that they bring. And I feel that we're in a different place as a health board. We are a new health board. And I do feel that I hope that you're confident that we can work through the appendix and that we put the patients at the forefront. Thank you. And I look forward to continue to working with Llais and the families and the new families as well. Happy to take any questions. Thank you, Teresa and Angela. And could I also thank Ian for the work that he's undertaken during the past weeks and months. I'm sure there are a number of questions. I'll turn first of all to Gareth as the Vice Chair with oversight of this area and who's been a part of these discussions. Gareth.
First of all, I just want to start by again, thank you as others have, but thanking you, Jeff, and the families for that very balanced, thoughtful contribution. And I think I very strongly welcome the governance approach. And I think absolutely critical to that is your role in terms of making sure that current patients and their families are fully represented in the work of the group. And also that may need some attention about how that gets changed and refreshed over time, because you want people who build up the experience, but you also want to make sure that the experience is current. So I know this is a matter for QSE. I'm very happy that QSE will take over the detail of this, but just to say, I think that's, that has to be absolutely central, the voice of the current patients as well as obviously drawing on the experience of the past. I'd really welcome the report. I think there's been great work put into it. And on the first section, I think it is absolutely right to contextualise this within the challenges and the work that's going on with the health board more generally, because most of the problems that I think we've seen within the division, such as the lack of responsiveness and engagement with real patient experience and the way in which we handle or don't handle complaints, the problems with communication between the front line and the top. These are all things that aren't unique to MHLD. They've been true across the organisation, and with our new leadership, I know they are being addressed. I have to say that reading that section just reminds me, as I'm sure it does all of my colleagues on the board, of quite what a big and ambitious agenda we've got. But we've got to have that agenda because all of these things need tackling. So, as I said, I really think it's important to contextualise that, which isn't to say there isn't a lot of work to be done within the specific area of mental health and learning disabilities, but it is a subset of a much bigger set of issues. I think just on a couple of specific points on physical health, I think that it's very welcome. I know we've had some very unfortunate cases here. I really welcome the move in Hedvan to have a particular physical health suite, and we must look at whether we can replicate that in the other two areas. And one of those is obviously something we talked about elsewhere, is the pressure on space in her guest, and whether we can move the community mental health team out of there to somewhere more appropriate, freeing up more space there. But we must try and make sure that's the same in all of our three key acute sites. I won't talk about the electronic records because we're going to talk about it. Staffing, I'd just like to say that this mentions the wellness service, which is obviously looking after our staff, but I really think that is really important, and the action point here about making sure we put that on a permanent footing is so important. I mean, it's not about, let me put this in the most sort of Daily Mail sort of way, it's not about mollycoddling our staff. It's about giving the staff the support they need to do a really difficult job and do it well. And if our staff are suffering from the effects of pressure in terms of their mental health, they are not going to do a good job in delivering care. So to me, this is a really important enabler of improving the performance of our staff and giving them the support they need. On clinical services, I'd be the last person to minimise the importance of whether we're doing well in terms of complying with what could be perceived as bureaucratic things like, you know, are the plans in place? Is our risk formulation in place? Because this organisation is not good. Well, it's too good at seeing these things as sort of bureaucratic impositions and not absolutely integral to providing good care. So I don't want to minimise those, but in that section where we talk about, you know, that our compliance is quite good, we do need to recognise that it's not just whether there is, you know, whether the plan is in place, but is the plan appropriate? So I'm sure we're doing that, but we probably need to do more of it. So just to say, let's not think, and you know, we are target driven, and I have no problem with the broad issue of targets, but it's also the content as well as the existence of these things that matters. On interim posts, I think this is, you know, it's been tragic that we've had both for the care of our patients, but also for the well-being of staff, that this has been such a prevalent model in the health board. But, you know, with the very, very welcome new executive director starting in only a few days' time, I think that will allow us to cascade downwards a degree of sorting all of this out. And so I just want to reassure people that that really is, I believe, now at last in hand. I do think, I don't want to move away from the point that, you know, I've heard some real concerns, as we all have, I'm sure, but I've certainly heard from patient groups about scepticism about whether we are serious about co-design of services. And so we have to work even harder to prove that we are. And that includes as well the importance of working closely with our local authority colleagues. And again, I've heard some quite worrying things, I think, from local authorities about their perceptions that while often working relationships at a working level are great, that they don't feel the health board has been sufficiently inclined to listen to their points of view, even when they have got very strong arguments about why things want to be done in a different way. So, I mean, again, I have no doubt about the seriousness of our senior staff about changing that culture, but just want to stress there is a big change there. Two last points, one really important, one small but nevertheless important. The really important one is going back to that point about whether we've got the plans in place. I didn't, while this report is excellent, I didn't really hear it, and it does stress multidisciplinary team working. I didn't hear enough about psychological therapies and talking therapies, and I think those are really important, so I don't want to lose sight of that. I'm sure it's there, but you know, we absolutely have to get better. And that is something that the college raised, but it's something we have to get better at, really integrating the talking therapies, psychological therapies in our care. And the small point, and it is a small point, but I think it's an important one, is this point about being outward looking. And my understanding is, sorry, I don't want to point the finger and blame at Russell because he gets blamed for lots of things. But at the moment, because of our financial controls, and God knows I understand why we've got them, but this sort of blanket ban on any travel to foreign international conferences, even for staff who are working as researchers, and I don't think that can be right. I think there has to be a place for making exceptions, because if we're serious about learning from elsewhere, then, and that's only for staff who, particularly as part of their contracts, have a research function, that we need to be able to on an exceptional basis, agree to them to travel internationally, because that will then show in practice this commitment that we, I mean, it may be wrong, but it was somebody who had a very direct experience of this. So Russell, I'm not really trying to talk about it, but if that were to be the case, then we must address it, because I think we need to be willing to look outwards and and make that small investment. So sorry, I've talked quite a long time, but broadly, great report, sets the right tone. Awful lot to do to actually implement it.
Great, thank you very much, Gareth. Diolch yn fawr iawn ti. Thank you for referencing Daily Mail. And,
my favourite news.
That massive outward looking, I think we stress that in everything we do, in fact, and we want to see where the best is, including in this really important field. So it's the matter of any international travel, I'm sure we will look at another time and consider it appropriately. So thank you for raising that. Reit, unrhyw un arall, unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw ar y adroddiad, ysgwch yn dda. Neu ddod mewn munud. Caroline, I'm going to check your rhywun arall. Caroline gynta.
Yeah, just sylw coupling, gwerthfawrogi fel iawn.
Appreciate very much the response. And as the chair of QSC, looking forward to receiving regular reports to that committee too. Thank you, Caroline. QSC is the committee that deals with much of this work, and Carol is that chair. A very important committee over having an oversight of this work. I'm now going to turn to Carol and Jeff after I've contributed as well. Oh, but next, sorry.
Yep.
I'm really interested on the work that we've been doing as a forward on developing leadership. I think it really links with the comment Gareth made about staff, especially research staff, going to international conferences. Of course, they bring back that energy to the work they do in the health board, which is really important. A lot of the conference work, people feel inspired for the day, very excited. I'm quite interested in finding out what that's like 6 months down the line. I don't know how we do that or if we're doing it already, but I would be keen to find out a bit more about that if that was all. Thank you.
So there may be a piece of work actually looking at how we plug into research and innovation and similar things, and what our investment is and the return on the investment, and how that learning is shared across the organisation. That's something to note. Rhywun arall eisiau codi unrhyw beth? Os nad oes yna, dwi am rhoi cyfle.
If there aren't any other contributions, I'll let Carol and then Jeff, Carol, Teresa, Angela, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you. Just Eartha, to say that I think it might be the September board, or maybe I'm looking at Jason, an update progress report really on the work around culture, leadership and engagement. And really we're looking for social movement here rather than pebbles in a pond, if you know what I mean, because I completely agree. We can all get very enthusiastic, go to a day and then go, that was very nice, yes, but back to where we were. And there's a lot to be done in that space, but a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of leadership, really great leadership goes on in the organisation, but we know we've got to do more. And then the whole research and development agenda, we probably need another session on that. I just wanted to pick up where we go from here. So a lot of work at the organisational level. Thanks to Angela for covering that. Because it's absolutely right. This is about an organisational change as well as some specifics in mental health and learning disabilities services per se. We committed at the last board meeting to bring back a public report every 6 months on progress. So I think that will be an opportunity for people in our communities and our other stakeholders to see the progress. I very much hope and expect that the expert advisory group going through the Quality and Safety and Experience Committee will have a view on that progress that we're able to consider in the public domain as well. So I did want to pick that up. Inevitably, some things will move more quickly than others, but I think we need to be very honest where things are taking longer or they're more difficult, because my sense is this is a test of honesty and openness. If we're ever going to move beyond skepticism, I think we have to build that in. That all sounds very negative, but I think that the positivity around the commitment, motivation to move forward will drive us through, as Teresa was saying. So thanks to colleagues for all the work on it.
Great. Jeff, did you want to come back on anything with Teresa and John?
It's my understanding that the advisory panel will have an independent chair. I think that's really important. It's a key appointment. It's vital that person can show independence and command the respect of service users, families, local organisations. I'm really pleased that the health board has agreed to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, very important, as you say. Diolch iawn. Unrhyw beth rwan gan unrhyw gloi? Unrhyw beth Angela?
I just want to thank everybody for their involvement and the development from a BCU wide perspective, but also from the families and from CLICE for their support. I think it is an opportunity for us, and we don't want to let anybody down in this. So our commitment is there.
Diolch yn iawn. Felly, ydyn ni gyd yn hapus I gymer yn
Are we therefore all happy to approve and to support what is outlined in this paper in the way that we're going to be acting and the governance framework, which is very important, as we've heard? Everyone happy to support them? Thank you. And thank you everyone who's been involved. And thank you to David, who's also present. On to the next item, item 24-148. We've been discussing this in many meetings, and I'm glad to invite Dylan, our Chief Digital Officer, but also a warm welcome to Dr. Anita Piercy, the Deputy Director in the Department. A warm welcome. Over to you. And please do shout as if you're a football supporter.
And I hope that this paper will also provide a small amount of evidence to show that we are moving forward and that things are changing in the way that we are delivering. So I'm here to present with Anita our all-age mental health business case. I think it's important that we recognise this is a double act, and I think it's important for everyone to understand, you know, hammer the nail on that. Why are we here? We're here because we believe it should be easy for staff to deliver great care every time for patients. And actually, the situation as it is now, that is not the case now across mental health in particular. And this business case is about addressing that by bringing in an electronic patient record system. I think it's important that although I'm the Chief Digital Information Officer, this is not an IT project.
No.
This is not, I'm often quiet, fixing PCs and things like that. But digital is about how we change the business model and the model of care to deliver better outcomes.
Yeah.
And we can only do that, as Teresa was saying, we can only do that by working together. And I think only we as a joint team, it's really important to know this is not digital paper, it's a helpful paper, it's a mental health paper as well. So what we're going to do, we're going to pass over to Anita, who is going to present the case for why this is so important. And then I'm going to go into some of the detail about the finances, the money, and all of that. And just the other point as well, of course, when we're talking about working together, we're not just working together across the health board, we've also been working together with colleagues in Welsh Government on this case, and they've provided some good contributions to that, to the development Anita.
Thank you very much for having me here today. I'm a consultant psychiatrist and I've been employed by BCU in its various prior forms since 1999. So you can be rest assured I've lived and breathed with our services for a very, very long time. So this is a great opportunity for us, and the previous agenda item is an effective springboard for this discussion, I think. The business case, basically, as Delan has said, it's not about digital vehicle, it's mainly about clinical transformation. And this is much awaited in mental health learning disability services for all ages in North Wales. The issue here is, why do we need to do this now? Well, we need to do it because primarily we need to deliver better service for the people of North Wales. That is the bottom line. The second issue is that we need to enable staff to deliver that care effectively and efficiently. And there is a lot of problems within the system because we are so reliant on paper-based case files. And I have included Bryn's story in the document and Mia's story about how we have to navigate a very complex system of activities in order to deliver that care. One of the issues, it is very evident, and one of the internal reviews we've undertaken has showcased that an individual in need has to tell their story between 7 to 11 times before they can get the appropriate care. And that is not a good way for people who are at their most vulnerable and most needy in their time of life. So the issue here is taking on Jeff's conversation about talking shops and not acting on it. This is our first step towards considered actions and responses to the needs of the people in North Wales. And I think we have several drivers, strategic drivers, but also several other important drivers like the Royal College report, the HIW action plans, but also we have our Regulation 28. 3 of the Regulation 28s in the last 12 months have noted the lack of electronic case records as contributing to the deaths of individuals. And I cannot stress how important it is to prevent preventable deaths. Will this digital solution offer the entire solution for that? Not entirely. It is actually the clinical systems that will be enabled by the digital vehicle that will enable us to transform what we deliver on a day-to-day basis. So for staff, it is about enhanced visibility, being able to make appropriate clinical decisions without unwarranted variation, because there is that visibility. But also sharing contemporaneous care records that can be available at the point of care readily. For patients, it's about having a patient-centered approach, about co-production, about owning their care plans and demanding the appropriate services from staff. So overall, I think we need to be able to put our energy and enthusiasm behind this business case so that we can move forward and be competitive and have parity with other health boards and other health systems in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. So yes, I mean, as you've heard there, the cost of this project is not just the cost of the software it is the cost of the chair as well, and the importance for the multidisciplinary team to in some cases come out of day-to-day clinical practice to make this change happen. It's critical that everyone we work with people, do 2 people or do 4 people. We've got to do it together, and that means that people in some cases are going to have to come out of roles for periods of time, and we're going to have to put in some resources to help make the change happen. So the case includes the costs for the software, as well as that wider change and implementation. As we discussed, we've been going through those with colleagues in Welsh Government, and although we are putting a significant investment in as the Health Board, there is an ask of Welsh Government, which is in the range of a £10 million investment over 4 years, or 3.5, really, 3.5, depending on when we get started on this particular project. We cannot do it without that. Just to be clear on that. The case is going to the digital investment panel today. That panel assesses does the business case have sufficient rigor to provide assurance that if that amount of money is going to be spent, it's going to be delivered effectively and potentially deliver the outcome that we want. That's what the panel we're looking at today. We have, just a quick update, had a letter from Judith Padgett, the Chief Executive of NHS Wales, just yesterday to say that, subject to going through the investment panel today, that she and the team will be presenting the case to the Cabinet Secretary in due course. So just to confirm, we are not over the line yet in terms of the funding, but I think it's really important that we approve this case today and provide, you know, the necessary support and push really for this to be a success. I think it's not the IT system, but the change that Anita has described is a very important first step in delivering a more sustainable future for mental health in BCU.
Diolch yn iawn, Dylan ac Anita, am y adroddiad yna. Pwysig iawn, a dyn ni'n edrych ymlaen.
Thank you for those very important reports, and I hope by getting the support of the government and the Cabinet Secretary, and maybe the new Prime Minister as well, who has been tied to this and understands the arguments very well. Many questions. I'll turn to Gareth first of all, who has an overview, and then Russ and Caroline. But then
just a couple of points. I mean, thank you for the work that's gone in on this. This absolutely has to be one of our top priorities. I mean, I know it is collectively, but just to state the obvious, I do want to say that, you know, although we haven't had time for a long presentation, I think that the options appraisal and going with an off-the-shelf system is absolutely the right thing to do in this instance, because it's the way of getting something that we know works in place quickly, and that is absolutely right. I feel a bit that I've got, you know, sort of two heads on this one, because with my finance hat on, I mean, we absolutely have to invest in this, and you're absolutely right. If we're going to do it, we need to do it properly, which means taking people off their frontline jobs to help with the culture transformation that underpins it.
Yeah.
But there is a point. I know it's recognised in the outline business case that when we get to the business as usual, we need to show that it's not costing money, because logically it should free up so much time that it both enables us to invest more in our actual services, but doesn't actually cost us more. Logically, that's got to be the case. So I do think we get to full business case, and I'm sure this will come back from the Welsh Government as well. We need to be able to show that, and I know you're working on it, but just to say, you know, but I think because potentially the benefits of this are absolutely enormous, and you know, the financial benefits of it should not be negligible either. I was going to ask, and I think to some extent you've addressed it, but I'm going to ask it anyway, is so we haven't had a clear decision from the Welsh Government, and indeed we can't have a decision from the Welsh Government until they've had a recommendation from the NHS Executive. But I know we've had informal or formal meetings, but which are meetings, sort of warm words from the Welsh Government about their recognition of the importance. Sorry, that sounds cynical. I don't mean it to. I mean, I know some of the ministers who said this, and I respect them. But have we got any definite view from the Welsh Government that providing the technical case that stacks up, that they will support this, or are we not there? Because if we're not there, we just need to continue hammering on the door at all levels, from you and me down there, to say, you know, of all the things they can do to help Betsy. At the moment, this is probably the single most important.
I will come back to that in a second, but I thought, Russ, it might be appropriate for you to give us some confidence, maybe, about the financial case in particular, and if we're going to invest in this, what it means for us as a health board, and any impact elsewhere and so on.
Yeah, so thank you, Chair. So I think this is a key strategic enabler for us. I think digital is absolutely the model we need to move forwards within, not just for this service, but for wider service provision throughout the health board. I think the presentation already alluded to the level of efficiencies and productivity and gains, and the duplication that will be removed, and also obviously with duplication being removed, the clinical quality that can be delivered as a consequence. There is a challenge for us in terms of making sure that we can find the resources to move forwards in a steady state and crystallise some of that benefit into a financial return. The case alludes to that, and my point was going to be, I think there's an awful lot of work we need to do, but not just for this case, but to understand the principles as we go forward, because this case will be a blueprint for us moving into a lot more digital environment. And we need to be careful and considerate as to how we actually pay for that as we go forwards, not just effectively free up all the additional resources for further investment into those particular services. And the harsh reality, unfortunately, if we don't have those tough conversations, are that services that won't benefit on the individual cases that come through are essentially asked to pick up the tab. And if that's the case, that doesn't feel equitable. And all we ask Welsh Government to fund it based on telling them we're going to be so much more efficient through having this case developed and supported to the tune of circa £10 million for development for us. So I think those are hard conversations we have to have before we get back into full business case. And we're not assured at the moment that we have a route how we would find that resource. But we need to do that from OBC to FBC so that we can be assured as a board, we commit to it, services that are better, efficient, more productive as a consequence of the investment, therefore contribute to that ongoing cost that is required for us to realise those clinical benefits for our patients.
Troi rwan at Caroline wedyn.
Diolch yn fawr. Dwi'n gefnogol iawn i'r cais yma. Mae'r cais yn wir.
Very supportive of this application. It is a priority for us as a board, but I would like to just reaffirm what Dylan and Teresa have said about the importance that it's not just an IT project. It's important that the clinicians, the managers, the admin are all a part of this project right from the start, so that when the system is purchased and adapted and operated upon, that they're confident that the new system will do the job properly, that it's easy to use, and that we have the confidence to use that fully. There's no point having a system that people don't understand. The system has to be a system that they're happy with, supportive of, and confident that it will make a difference to their work and to the process of keeping the records of patients. Thank you. Karen, and then Claire.
My question, Russell, was an indication that there's some further
Can you
work.
slightly raise your voice if you don't mind, although I know he's next to you, so I don't know you. But so everyone else can hear as well. Thanks.
Apologies, Chair. My question's for Russell, and it indicates in the paper that there's some further work to be done around the savings, which may not be realised. as inflation and time goes on. But can you just give us an indication of what you expect in those savings, where they're likely to manifest areas?
Yes,
if I may,
savings then, Russell, what are they going to be?
So I think I think we've already almost alluded to them. So if we're not using paper records, then we're not transporting paper around. Therefore, we don't need individuals to transport paper around. If in addition to that, we don't need the paper, we don't need the filing, we don't need the storage. So you start to add all of that up. Then we're not duplicating, and I think there's a reference, there was 5 or 6 different conversations having to be had. If one of those conversations can be recorded, captured digitally through medium, i.e. written notes, etc. You don't have to have those conversations 6 times, therefore officers are in a better place to be able to treat those patients. They don't need the background check, so the background check is contained within the electronic record. Therefore, in reality, to see the same number of patients, if we were allocating the same time, in reality, therefore, of course, we wouldn't need as much hours of that support. So there'd be labour savings as well. And there's always that balance between where can we add value, because we're doing this so we can add value as well, of course, and use that resource to support enhancement in service provision, versus some of that labour resource is not required anymore, and therefore can be removed and effectively used to pay for the system. You're essentially transferring the resource from payment for a system into payment for staff into payment for the system to manage that patient expectation. So there's probably 4 or 5 really clear routes where we can obtain value. It should give us sufficient value to cover the cost consequences. So, you know, a digital system and an electronic system shouldn't make us less efficient in servicing, you know, cost more to service the same number of patients. What we might want to do is service increased demands, and use that as our demand management model. But we need to just take those decisions in open eyes, really.
So in reality, it could be a lot higher, what you're saying.
Oh, absolutely,
Well,
Can we come here?
no, just let the others know what we're doing. Claire?
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah,
great. So lots of things I was going to raise have been answered by everybody, which is great. But two kind of key areas for me. I'm one you'll be surprised going into technical questions now. I'll just prepare for that one. First one's around the whole change management strategy, and I think we can't ignore the fact that the coroner's reports have said that systems could have prevented potentially avoidable death. But I want us to be equally aware that the kind of whole culture change programme around this is a crucial area alongside the system of itself will not change wholly the way we want to change the way we deliver our services. So I think sometimes we can get a bit fixated on that system changes are going to be the answer to everything. It's a part of an important tool, but it's only that. And so my question is, the work around the cultural change linked to this is really fundamental, absolutely fundamental. And it's often the thing that causes the failures. So the tech works, the kit works, but actually we didn't invest enough in bringing our people with us on the journey. So it's good to hear that that is a big part of the plan. And I think we've seen earlier versions of this where that was described. So I've got a simple question around, are staff really up for this, or how big is the job of getting staff up for this? Because we're creatures of habit. If we've always done it in one way, even though we may know it's not the most effective, even though we may know it may not be the best for our service users and residents, it's quite hard for people to work in a wholly different way. So just a question around that, really. But we've got to really capture the learning from this, because this is the first phase of something we want to do across the whole organisation. So the learning in mental health and learning disabilities, we've got to be really robust about how we capture that, so that when we move on to the broader change,
absolutely,
it's more seamless because we've done it once before and we know how to take it across the organisation. And then the technical question is, and it's not that technical, but will this system talk to whatever we might do in the future around electronic records for the whole of Betsy? And the reason I say that is we're all complex individuals. We might have a mental health issue, but we might also have a physical health issue. And when we meet somebody to talk about our physical health issue, really helpful if they also understand the other treatments and the other services that we're engaging with across the whole of the health board or the whole of the health system, and vice versa. So
yeah,
I wouldn't profess to know which is the best system to buy, but I guess my question is, are we buying one that in the future we'll be able to talk to whatever else we do around electronic records more broadly? Because it's absolutely got to. Otherwise, we've got a good solution for today.
Yeah.
We're going to have to do something else again several years down the line.
Great question, and give you an opportunity to come back on that in a minute. Bertha, wedyn Teresa, wedyn Angela, and then I can bring you back. Bertha.
I did a lot of the question I was going to
Okay.
ask about how is this going to link with the need for electronic health records across Betsy? Where are we with that? Will success here leading to success with that?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
just a bit of what's the connection look like? Is it going to be stronger and better?
And whilst we're thinking about that, can you signal any potential for particularly local authorities, social services as well, having plugged in access or whatever, and how that works, or if it doesn't work? So I'll bring you in a minute. Teresa, nesa wedyn Angela.
Diolch cadeirydd. Isio neud sylw o'n i a dweud diolch.
I just wanted to make a comment and thank you.
Sorry.
Diolch o'n i cadeirydd
Just
i Anita.
thank Anita. We discussed in the last paper the importance of guidance within teams, and Dylan and Anita have led the team on this, and I know that Anita has been on the Climb scheme, a great scheme that shows that the work goes through the health board, but we're fortunate that we have great leaders who do put patients at the forefront of all conversations, and she's done so again today. And the next comment I was hoping to do, Caroline has talked about staff and whether or not they're ready, and Ian and I talked about this. Is the staff are desperate for this. They really wanted, they're ready, they wanted to be equal with physical health. There is a case here in relation to being equal, and that we treat mental health the same as we treat physical health. I hear this all the time. It's a great question, but I can assure you, we've discussed this many a time, the staff are really ready for this, and I'm confident that the staff will be there and are ready. It's not going to be easy, but the staff is behind us. Very important message. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you. In relation to the appetite for this as well, just a reflection, I took the Chief Nursing Officer, Sue Tranker, over to the Head Fund unit, and the staff actually asked her to escalate it to Welsh Government that we wanted this and that we needed it to make sure our care was the best it could be. So I think there is certainly an appetite, and they are articulating that anywhere they can.
Yeah.
Great. Carol, wedyn Anita a Dylan mewn. Gloria.
Great, thanks very much. Really great questions, great conversations. I don't have to cover quite so much of the ground I would have. I think we need to shift our mindset from things like an electronic health record being seen as a cherry on a cake to being the cake. It is a standard tool for practitioners in most other organisations in the UK, not potentially so much in Wales, but there's a lot of interest and work on this. So if I was to spin back 20, 30 years, think about, we didn't have the internet. Can you imagine not having the internet today? So we're thinking about actually things change, and they become a core part of the infrastructure. And that's what I think an electronic health record is. The change, of course, is about clinical care. It's about safety, it's about experience, it's about outcomes. It's also about clinical efficiency, service efficiency as well. So I think we covered some of that. Also, just to say, we had quite an enthusiastic session at the executive team where Anita presented, and we really did test appetite for change, but also confidence for delivery. because getting this right is essential on the journey to a wider EHR. And I know Dylan will come back on the technical issue of this being tactical and us seeing the wider. If I can just pick up Gareth's point about Welsh Government commitment, I'm at risk of making myself unpopular because every time I have an opportunity, we talk about this. And actually, in fairness, the supportive words are very supportive. And obviously that now needs to translate into finance. I hope that we're going to find that out that soon. But I believe that the Minister for Health and Social Care had a Regulation 28 notice themselves about prevention of future deaths. So I think this isn't an accountability issue sitting just with us. It sits with them, and until we see the money, of course. But I'm becoming more confident that we'll have that. The big issue will be, well, what if it doesn't materialise? What are we going to do? And I think we'll need to keep that door slightly ajar to have a further conversation if that doesn't happen. But this is part of the change that we want to make in the organisation and that others want us to make. Dylan will cover perhaps the technical, wider EHR and all of that. But yeah, thank you.
Dylan, tos at ti ag Anita, I gloi.
So, regarding the benefits, I think there are going to be a number of quantifiable and quality related benefits, and as in mental health, learning disability services, not everything is quantifiable in the sense of how much good work we have done. We cannot quantify it when we prevented a self-harm progressing to suicide, for example. We cannot say whether we have done that. So there are, like Russell has outlined, lots of issues regarding estates and storage of case files, transfer of case files, paper, stationery, those costs. But also there are other costs in relation to the time that is taken for waiting, not only for patients, and that is valuable time as well, but also for staff waiting for paper records to arrive before they can undertake activities. So all that is very low value activity. And what we want to do with this transformational project is to transfer it into a high value activity where we reduce that manual processes, automate most of the processes, and actually become more patient facing so that there is value in that interaction and there is therapeutic benefit right at the very beginning of that journey, so that we have a preventative aspect where we prevent people from becoming more seriously unwell as they are on waiting lists somewhere, and that we have provided the necessary care and intervention well ahead of time so that any foray into secondary care, into inpatient bed needs or acute care is prevented. So all of that, we have to find a way of articulating that in our full business case, and that is what we'll be working on as we move forward. The second issue I wanted to talk about is about staff preparedness. We have been waiting for the last 8 years for this all singing, all dancing solution, and several of our managers and staff have contributed to the WCCIS program. So when we came to know that it had been shelved last year, towards the end of last year, it really hit staff morale, because 2 years ago we undertook a staff survey in preparation for the WCCIS being rolled out as well. And in that staff survey, staff were worried. They were fearful about the change, but they were enthusiastic about the change as well. They understand how important it is to be able to deliver safe care in the digital world. And the performance matrices that they have to be measured against are all designed for the digital world as well. And going forward, since February, we have been engaging with frontline clinical staff across North Wales in the Mental Health and Learning Disabilities Division to talk about requirements. What would the requirements look like? What will their job look like? What is it now? How will it change? But there is only so far we can go because we do not know whether this is going to be a funded endeavor at all. So there is that fine balance of raising their hopes once again. And so that is where we are at this moment in time. So this will have what we do and how we progress will have quite a significant impact on staff morale as well. Thank you.
Dylan, to you, Lloyd.
Yeah, just to add to that. So in terms of hard cash, so we are committed, as I said in the paper, that from year 5, we recognise that our running costs to running this system and making sure that there's continual improvement of the service. Yeah. So we are committed to, in this paper to deliver against that. However, as part of this programme, picking up on Russell's point, we recognise that health board has not been great when it comes to benefit realisation and in particular change. I think that's prevalent across all most digital project implementations across Wales. So we have got and we are bringing in capability as part of this project to make sure that when we work with people, and importantly that everyone has to adopt the system and work to new standardised practices, there will be benefits from this, and as part of that, we'll be able to articulate that more clearly in the final business case. That's also dependent, of course, on the system that we get and the capability that will inform that. So I think it's picking up on Russell's points and Cam's points. I think we could use this as an exemplar in terms of how we need to do this for all our programs going across the health board. So that was just a thing on the benefits. With regards to some of the other things, picking up on Gareth's points around an off-the-shelf system, yes, I mean, if we can deliver the basics of a 21st century, bear in mind it's 2024 now, 21st century system in BCU, we are confident that we're going to make some improvements with the quality and safety of our care. And we have done lots of work already, learning lessons from other places. We had a session with Nick Venters, who is Anita's equivalent in Leeds and York Partnership Foundation Trust, who are going through their 3rd mental health system. But interestingly, there's a lot of lessons learned that we can apply here, and some of the things we've been talking about are from those lessons. So there's some assurance there in terms of our ability to not only deliver the benefits from a quality and safety perspective, which are so important, but also deliver on some of the productivity gains as well. With regards to the technical question, it's not a straightforward answer. The systems in the mental health market aren't as open as they should be. Yeah, that is a limitation of what the vendors provide. However, we have built in and we have developed now, from a DDAP perspective, a set of non-functional requirements which all vendors have to respond to, and there is some scoring in there with regards to how open that system is. So to use an analogy, we are working, well, I am working with colleagues in the ACW and leading some work across Wales with regards to how we develop shared care records, experiences I've had in the past. Part of that is setting the standards for integration and in basically saying, well, here's the specification for a 3-pin plug. It's got to be 240 volts. It's got to plug in. Just to say, many of the mental health system vendors do not fully supply with all of those things. So to some degree, there's a balance to be had there. So we're not promising every full integration. There's a balance to be had there, but it's built into the requirements, and we'll work hard to progress that. The other small thing is just in terms of managing the expectation. So in order to go around and co-produce the way this system is configured based on the way we're going to work across, bear in mind this is a 6-month procurement, which we've done an expression of interest already. So as soon as we know we've got the cash And when we've got cash, we'll be out to market. It's a 6-month procurement, but it's a 3-year change.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not a 6-month change. It's a 3-year piece of work. It's CAM, it's all agent as well. It's not just, it's quite a significant change. You need to want to good expectations about that. Doing it well. Okay.
Diolch yn iawn, Dylan, a diolch I ti, a bob arall am y gwaith.
Thank you to you and the group for all of the work that has taken place, and we are hopeful of the support of the government, which government wouldn't want to support the Health Board to move to a digital process that will ensure better care and well-being for people in need. There's no government that don't want to support that. And our government, I'm confident, will want to support us, and I look forward to hearing that. We'll move on to confirm, if you're happy, with the papers that have been presented, and if you agree for us to move forward with the business case. Is that approved? Everyone happy to do so? Excellent, thank you. Thank you for the discussion and contributions. We'll have a break now. And we'll reconvene in 10 minutes, 25 to 12.
25 to 12 on the dot, so please be ready to restart. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Oh, thank you.
Need to speak to him about at lunchtime. So
There'll be someone taking them.
Reit, croeso yn ôl i gyfarfod.
Welcome back to the Betsy Cadwaladr Health Board. We're continuing with our agenda, and our next item is item ending 3.9 from the Vascular Committee for. I'll turn to Carol first of all, and then Chris and James afterwards. Carol.
Thanks very much, Chair. So this is really a key report for a service area that has been a core part of our work in terms of improving service delivery and a key escalation under special measures. It's really important that we do take stock. There's been a lot of work in this area, so the report details some of that, and colleagues will illuminate a bit more of that shortly. But to get a sense of where are we now and where are we going next, colleagues mentioned quality management system earlier. We approved that at the board, and that being a major mechanism and tool to continue to guide our improvement journey, and vascular is a key area that is at the forefront of that. Just to say that there has been investment, you will see as part of the paper in this service, and we've regularised that investment that had been made a couple of years ago, and there are further developments. But I'm going to go to Chris, if I may. It's been a core part of special measures, of course, and then James from the clinical perspective. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Carol. One of the interesting observations, having looked at this paper, is it's a really helpful reminder of the journey that we've been on for around a decade now, and we entered into reshaping vascular services because of concerns right at the very beginning of that. And whilst this journey has not been a straightforward journey, and the paper brings out well the various different assessments and various different periods of support from other organisations. At each of those turns, we've seen improvements and a shaping of the vascular service in North Wales, which in the course of perhaps the last year or so, I've certainly seen a marked change in the approach that team has been able to adapt and adopt to continuous improvement. It's a much richer conversation now, and as a consequence of that, we've seen a much greater, faster growth in terms of some of the clinical pathways, in terms of the extent to which we contribute to the National Vascular Registry data and use the data of other organisations to then improve our service. It's really important to draw those out, because I think they're clear signs of a maturing service. There is some data within the paper which is drawn from the most recent registry data, which shows that we are performing well in many areas. There are some areas where we would wish to improve performance, but a really clear plan from the team in terms of how we will do that. The paper doesn't go into great length about the current integrated improvement plan, but I've seen that plan. Teams have contributed to that plan from across the organisation, and I look forward to being able to share some of the details from that plan as it moves through. James, I'm sure will want to comment upon the medical workforce and how they have contributed to the progress that we've made. But the service we see now really is very different from the service a few years ago and from the service 10 years ago when we embarked on this journey. Bringing the service together into a single hub and spoke service has allowed us to really get into the forefront of some parts of vascular surgery. For example, the EVAR replacements for open aneurysm surgery that we simply wouldn't have been able to get into had we have not done this. So a really helpful opportunity to reflect upon a 10-year journey positively.
James?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to Chris and his team in transformation improvement for the support that they've given the clinical teams in really trying to make all the progress that we can see outlined in the paper. I think the introduction of the context is really important here, and I think keeping an eye on exactly where we've come from is really helpful as it outlines the complexity of the challenge we faced. It's been really good to see our engagement, not just with the Royal College at the start of this journey, but the ongoing engagement with national colleagues, as well as having independence experts coming in to give that triangulation for us to ensure that we're not biasing ourselves and we are actually improving. I think we can see some high level improvements in the paper where we can see quality and safety improve. But what I've really noticed is the clinical engagement not only is just improved, but it's become really constructive and proactive. And we're starting to see a cultural change now where we're identifying problems before they've occurred, which I think is really helpful. And it's something that we want to start using as a marker, like we would with the electronic health records and mental health, for how our approach to change can positively improve culture. The other thing that we have seen as well is that the quality of the governance is increasing as well. So we're now seeing the right questions are being asked by the teams. The engagement and response to that is also improving, which I think really does help support the kind of plans to move forward.
Diolch for that. Cwestiynau gan aelodau dda gynta Caroline.
Questions first, Caroline. Thank you very much. We had a report on vascular in QSC last month, and I must say I appreciate this paper, and I'm glad to see the background being explained so clearly. There are many of us as independent members who are fairly new to the process and not aware of all of the background, so understanding the content has been very useful to us. We had a similar item in QSC in June, and it's encouraging to see all of the improvements that have been made in the past period. And not only that the teams are reporting on the improvements, but that there is also reference to the data, the National Vascular Registry, and seeing that data confirming the improvements and also showing where we are at compared to other areas. So very pleased with the changes and improvements, but we must maintain those and adapt over time as things move forward and change. But of course, the paper does refer, I'm glad to see how openly the paper recognises the further improvements that are needed and the weaknesses that still exist it's important to understand and recognise those so that we can then tackle those areas as well. Because without that information, there won't be any improvements. So as a QSE committee, we were very pleased with the presentation that we had and to note the content. Thank you. Thank you, Caroline. And to build on that, it's fair to say that the committee that you're chairing is important to monitor this work, and there will be an opportunity then to provide reports and for the board to be aware of any matters arising. So very pleased with that concept. Any questions or comments? Claire, then Gareth.
Not a question, just a comment really. I think it's really pleasing to see the progress that we've made in this area. I recognise there's still more to do, but I think I felt assured today that we had got to grips with understanding what the key issues were, what we needed to do. We were making good progress in a number of areas, so it's pleasing to see that that's happening.
Thank you very much.
Guys. Yeah, well, first of all, I think it is a well-drafted report, and I welcomed it. I think it's picking up your point, Caroline. It's appropriate for, I hope, for people who know more than I do, but also for independent members who don't really have a background in this. So thank you for that. In this way, sort of perhaps like some minor or carping question, but just want to be clear. So on page 9, it highlights, and they're very welcome, the areas of improvement. But in some of those, we're still not as good as elsewhere in Wales, and particularly in the length of stay for amputation. And then it lists the areas where performance has gone down, and it says, you know, that actions to improve performance in the above 5 areas are included within the revised vascular integrated improvement plan. But I would hope that also the other areas are also included, because, and particularly, I mean, I think that this is with my finance hat on, you know, that on those measures of length of stay, that we're all, in all of them, the 3 of them, I think we're above average, and obviously patient days in hospital cost money, don't they? So yeah, I just want to be clear that we were, you know, pursuing improvements even when we were seeing that we'd already improved, that there's scope to do more.
Can I just build on a little bit of that and ask for your views of the future of this particular area? And one of the things we hear frequently in clinical matters and clinical expertise is that we need that critical mass, if you like, for practice and so on, and we need to plug into where the best is and so on. Are we well positioned to continue on that journey then? And that's, I know it can be challenging, but that's the reality, isn't it, that we face? What are the 2 of you, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, James may well want to add, but certainly my observations would be we did this at the right time. We did this at a time when there was a growing realization that small individual units couldn't maintain a critical mass, and that outcomes then would be adversely affected. And our opportunity then allowed us to bring the mass together into a unit that was essentially 3 times bigger. In vascular surgery, there is an ongoing debate about what that should be, and in fact some conversation now which would put us now on the smaller end of those recommendations, and that's something that we'll need to watch as we go through. But one of the important pieces of learning from this has not just been about how do you bring together units and help both from a practical perspective, but from a cultural perspective too. But actually, it's given us an opportunity to learn how to work with neighbouring services in a way that has been complementary to both services. So the work with Stoke, the work with Liverpool has been really helpful in terms of moving our service forward, and is something that would be of benefit more widely than just vascular surgery. So we need to keep that in mind, I think.
Good point. Any thoughts, James?
Well, I mean, we've done the great work in stabilising a service that was quite unstable, and then that allows you to build. And you know, key things for us are going to be getting trainees back. That's going to take a bit of time, but as we start to build on each improvement, we increase our chances of recruiting, of bringing back into the health board trainees, as we know that if you train in it, you're more likely to stay.
Right.
The other thing is, as Chris has mentioned, that we're doing not just in vascular now, but we're thinking more in terms of all Welsh basis on lots of clinical services, because we're not necessarily on our own in facing some of the challenges in a lot of our services. So what we are doing is openly engaging with colleagues across Wales and North West England to think about different ways of either workforce strategies, so looking about joint appointments, and really engaging about not just the appointments, but for instance, joint MDTs and sharing that learning.
Yeah. I think that's really good to hear, because our ambition in this area and all areas is to have the best for the people of the communities of North Wales. So that ability to use the size of the health board, although we're large, in fact, in some specialist areas, we're seen as quite small. So that ability to reach out to other health boards in Wales, but also across the board to the North West of England, is really important for us to pull in that expertise and shared learning. So really, really good to hear that. Rhian, ti nesa?
Just picking up on that, have we got enough beds? I mean, it's there as your number one priority. If you're working across functions, it's the issue of beds creating a blockage.
Shall I look to up that? Because when I did a visit to the board, to the unit, I was observing a multidisciplinary ward round, chatting to some patients and some colleagues. One of the frustrations was that same as elsewhere in our hospitals, some patients sort of getting stuck.
Yeah.
So not necessarily about adding in more beds, but getting the flow moving more effectively, because some patients will need more time in perhaps a community hospital, etc. So that is probably the more of the issue rather than the number of beds, because we've actually opened quite a 150 plus additional beds to support the pressure. So adding in more doesn't necessarily help block.
Just it's because it's there as
Yeah.
priority one,
Yeah.
vascular
Yeah.
beds. Now, is that really the case? And you've just said it isn't yet. Really.
Well, I think make the beds that are have patients who are delayed in there available. That's the first step.
Yeah.
And then we can reassess following that. But that was certainly one of the things that the team were asking me, could I sort out flow? We know it's a big challenge. And then we can really see, well, is it about more beds?
We know in terms of performance, what we need to get grip with always is efficiency and innovation and new ways of working. So that some of that is captured here, but we've got more to do. Rhywun arall isio ofyn cwestiwn neu sylw, os nad oes, gawn ni ddiolch yn fawr iawn am y gwaith sydd wedi digwydd.
Unless there are any further questions, could we thank for the work, and there is much to do, and we'll carry on that journey, and we'll have a further report in 12 months. And in the meantime, the committee and the independent members will review or observe that work. Thank you, and looking forward to receiving reports from the committee. Everyone happy to approve that work? Thank you very much. And thank you again for the important work that has been undertaken. Again in digital, and I'll turn to Dylan once more as our Chief Officer to look at what we need to approve today. Thank you. Over to you.
Yeah, so the paper that we've got in front of us today is to approve the contracting of some third-party suppliers to come in and augment and support our internal teams to deliver the things we need to do within the health board. Some of these contracts are already in place because this paper and proposal came through to the executive management team, which through their delegated authority approved a limit of 500,000 on this contract. However, it may be the case that spend through these contracts may exceed £1 million in this year and future years, and therefore that requires board approval. So first of all, it's probably worth just referencing, which we do in these papers, the links to the organisation's strategic objectives, and in particular, Doug then talked about the mental health business case. What might the plan B be if we weren't able to secure the funds for the work to continue? Strategic priority number 2 for VDGAT, which is in the annual plan, is that we need to optimise the use of our current systems and make as many improvements as we can, and mitigate risks that we've got with some of those systems as quickly as we can, albeit on an incremental basis within the funds that we've got available. We've been to Health Board on numerous occasions over the last 2 years to highlight some of the risks we've got with our existing applications. Over 100 of those applications are out of support or present a risk, and they are critical to the delivery of care. Strategic objective number 1, the ideal case would be funding of a system-wide electronic healthcare record system, which would mitigate the risks and replace a lot of those failing individual applications. This case is about how do we get the skills that we haven't got in the organisation in to augment our teams, a bit like a yin and a yang type team arrangement, whereby they can pass the knowledge on to some of our trainees and some of the people who are trying to learn around how to manage, redevelop and replace some of these applications to do that piece of work. We'll call it the plan B, which we are on with. This is a zero-based contract, so the suppliers recognise we might not even spend £1, but we are spending £1. Russell gets smiling there. So,
because we're going to spend more than
so based on funds that have become available, we've recently the Health Board approved this as part of setting the capital programme for last year. We recently approved the case for the replacement of the therapy manager system, for instance. So we will be using these partners to assist us and our internal teams to replace that system. So the partners will bring in the skills, work with our team with the view that we should be sustainable in the future. So that's as much as I want to say. The maximum value of the contract could go up to 2 million, but it's limited, so just to be clear, it's limited to 1,160,000, which is what's available in budgets which have been agreed through business cases. What we're asking, as well as approval for us to proceed with this, we're also asking that should there be subsequent business cases which come asking for further money in the future and which are successful, and we need to spend over the £1.16 million, but no higher than 2 million, then we're looking for delegated, for the execs to be able to make the decisions on those. But just to reaffirm, the limit as it's set now is based on money that's available, which is 1.160 million.
Diolch yn fawr.
And then about.
Diolch yn iawn. Dylan, cwestiynau sylwadau gyntaf.
Any questions or comments? Rhian, first of all.
Being cynical, is there any chance that the third party brought in will then poach our people that they've trained up? And therefore we we don't get much of a benefit in the longer term.
Do you want to risk?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's worth noting, in the ideal world, we would like to recruit our own staff with the skills on NHS terms and conditions, yeah. We've been limited because of non-recurrent funding issues and things like that. But it's true to say that, unfortunately, the IT markets in terms of staffing it's a tough market, so there's more opportunity elsewhere. I think there is some of that risk, but I suspect that there is a wider risk in terms of as soon as people do learn and do develop, there is a wider risk that they will want to leave. So part of it, of course, is there. However, what I would also say is there are lots of people in Wales, young people in particular, and we try to recruit. We've got about 10 apprentices who start every year in our service desk. So I would suggest there's a lot of those people who would like to, they've got an affinity and want to stay in North Wales. Now, I would suggest if we can give them the training and the support, we might keep 60% of them, and that would be good. So, but that's the fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, risk on cyfle hefyd.
Yeah.
Risk and opportunity to get young people as part of the team committed. So looking forward.
Question, Gareth.
It's the same point really, but I do want to say that, you know, I think this is really important, and we had the therapy management system business case, didn't we, at PFIG, and that just highlighted to me, and I know there's one of 100 where, you know, we're out of any sort of cover. It's really worrying. But the point, just to echo what Rhiannon said, and I mean, I see it's an opportunity as well, but is there not something we can do in terms of the contracts with the suppliers that prevent them from making job offers to staff within the health board within a fixed period of finishing the project? I know that's been done elsewhere. I mean, it doesn't stop them going off to work for somebody else. But the problem is that, as we've explained with the coders, is with a lot of this, you can do it remotely anyway.
Yeah.
So they may want to live in North Wales, but if somebody offers them 10,000 quid who they've been working with as an external partner to work for them, work from home, you know, we're pretty staffed really, aren't we? So.
Well, maybe we can ask Bill and the team to do everything possible and create the conditions, I think, where
positive incentives.
You know, people who want to be part of this and be part of this organisation and part of the team, the digital team, and so on, where they can contribute to a positive future. You know, so it's not just about the bouncing expense; it's about the team you're going to be part of. So, you know, but we hear what people have said, and we will do what is possible, I think. Unrhyw arall? Os nad oes yna, mae gennym ni ddau beth.
Unless there is anything else, we have two matters to consider. First of all, that we agree with a maximum of 2 million and then a delegated power to the operational team if there are higher amounts, but also that's Claire's committee.
Also getting updates on the contracts, so we can keep an eye on that as well.
Everyone happy? Excellent, thank you. On with the work then. Moving on to the next item on the agenda. So the integrated concerns team, and I'll turn to Angela, I think, to introduce this item. Angela, thank you.
So I'm presenting the integrated concerns policies today for approval. I'm presenting on behalf of myself and Gareth, who have led this. But I want to thank the Office of the Medical Director and the quality team for all of the work that they've put in to do this at pace. So colleagues will be aware that we identified some issues raised via Regulation 28 and coroner's feedback around the quality of investigations and the timeliness in investigations. And we commissioned a Learning from Investigations project that looked at the investigations ready to go through the coronial process and whether we needed to do some improvements around that. We'd also had an internal audit and had some soft intelligence from teams around the way we manage concerns, complaints and mortality across the organisation. So since April, so that's quite a short time frame for this work to have been undertaken, and I again thank the teams. We've managed to bring this policy for approval to the board. We're trying to make sure that we've got a timely identification of complaints, incidents and mortality, recording it on Datix in one way rather than being confusion of things being catalogued and missed, and that we're not having that silo working across the organisation. We're developing an integrated concerns hub, which will meet and will be staffed by the senior managers in complaints, mortality and incidents and inquest, to allow us to have that oversight and consistency of approach, that it's not relying on one team or one individual, that it's actually an ethos that we take across the whole of the organisation. Feedback has been taken from CLICE and from Welsh Government and NHS Executive, who've been supporting us around this. And we have developed an implementation plan, and I can identify the timescales were yesterday on some of those actions. I've had an update and those actions have completed and the others are in train. So we're really working at pace for this to get to the point where from the 1st of September we will be live with our policy, that we will have the hub in place, we will have the team supported out in the divisions and in the IHCs to enable them to understand where we're going, although we have had a lot of engagement along the way around it. And we will have a toolkit with simplified letters for complaints to be sent out to families so that it's understandable and it addresses the issues that they bring. And then if there's more complex complaints or incidents, there is a very streamlined report mechanism rather than having duplication, which has been the feedback from families around identifying what the issues are and what the process is for resolution. So I've taken comments from board members and incorporated. The CLICE comments and the Welsh Government comments are part of the operational delivery and the toolkit that we will have. But I'm happy to take any questions on this policy as we stand here.
Angela, unrhyw sylw neu questions? I troi into Chris within
Chris first of all, and then Claire, and then Rhian, and then Eartha, and then Gareth.
I just wanted to make the observation of just how much work has been involved in pulling this together, because it's been a huge amount of work. So I think that needs to be understood. And just how important this is as one of the foundational blocks for the quality management system, because until you have all of that intelligence in immediate sight in one place, it makes it very difficult. So it's really important in terms of addressing concerns, but it's also really important then in terms of our journey going forwards with the QMS.
Claire.
And thank you for all the work on this. I love the fact that we're integrating all of the different, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry, I love the fact that we're integrating all of these different, what have been separate processes all into one. The idea of the virtual hub is great. So I have a question about resourcing and capacity. So will the kind of joining of it together help us to have better capacity? Because one of our challenges has been the timeliness as well as the quality of dealing with responses. I felt that the policy was really person-centred, which was great. But I felt that the 5-stage process, it was less clear in that. And I didn't know whether we needed a continuum that kind of ran down the edge that said, you know, engaging with patients and people all the way through whenever we need to, type of thing, just to bring it to life for people. And I also felt that it was really clear for me on very serious issues, but I wondered if I can call them complaints, the kind of lower level, got a little bit lost in it with the really serious things. So I didn't know whether, and you'll hate me saying all of it, I get in your shoes sometimes. It felt to me that the policy was also the procedure. So it wasn't also just describing the approach, it was saying how people should follow it through. And at some stage, not now, because I know you've got jobs to run at, might be good to separate them out. So it's really clear what the policy is, that's on our website, everybody can grab hold of it, see it, and then the internal procedures about how we follow that through, perhaps in a sort of separate place. But I felt this is going to really help to move us along massively. So thank you so much to everybody who's put all the work into it.
And you come back, I gather some of this first, Tina, so of that winning guys.
Yeah, I support exactly what Claire says there. I think I just want to make a general, absolutely glaringly obvious point that we want to reach a stage where the need for this policy and the procedures is minimised, that we don't get there in the first place. So I don't know if anything can be put in the policy which expresses that need to minimise in the first place so they don't get there. Because it's all for the benefit of the actual care that is given, isn't it? That's what we're trying to improve, not our response to a coroner or a response to a family complaint. So it's getting that context. I think I felt that needs to be up front here. Okay.
Yeah, I think I made that point in another context last week, where success of this service will be when it's not used, which is ironic, but that's what success would be eventually. But within Gareth.
Part of my question goes on what Rhian was saying. So in the spirit of not needing this as a service and learning from events, I wanted to ask a question on if we've got overlap between the interrelated concerns support as well as ratings, as well as the repository learning.
Yeah.
So that's one question, how they link together. But the other question is about the investigators, which of course, you know, we do need. Can I just check everyone with you?
Yeah.
We do need the investigators. Wondering how many are these new staff? Are these staff going to be with platform posts? You know, this is exactly what we start with. What will the impacts be on resources, etc. Thank you.
Good. Well, Gareth?
Well, like everybody else, we really welcome this. I think it's absolutely moving in the right direction. Obviously, the proof of the pudding is going to be in the implementation, or hopefully the not implementation. We don't need to implement. But I do, it's picking up a bit the same point as Claire. I was a little bit confused. This isn't important, but this presentation, which was very helpful, and the document. But in the document, there's principles, and in the presentation, there were some aims. And actually, I thought the aims were really useful, but they weren't in the document. But within the aims, I wanted to sort of clear a statement about that patients and families being engaged and informed wherever possible in person as soon as it's recognised that an incident has happened. And linked to that, and it's right at the end, and it's something actually I haven't appreciated, and I suspect some of the staff don't appreciate this point that, you know, the regulation 13, I think, is the duty of candour, does not mean that if you apologise, you therefore confess to some terrible thing that you've done. And we absolutely need to get that straight away. The first thing you should be doing is, even if you think you're completely guiltless, you recognise there's an incident that's happened, you give an apology. So I'd just like to see that, and that's probably in the way it's sold to the staff, the way it's communicated to the staff. But to me, that's really important. Another thing is, so there's a distinction, I absolutely understand why it is, and I don't have a problem with it, between cases where actual harm has been caused, where the duty of candour is obviously involved, and other cases where there may have been potential harm, but it hasn't been. But I do think, if possible, there should be an understanding that a default should be communicated to the families, unless it was understood that that was going to be, there were really strong reasons not for doing it. And I may have missed that, but I think, again, in the guidance to staff, it's saying, if in any doubt, it's always better to explain what's happened early rather than it, because it might come out later. So that was a further point. And one other thing, I think, which is, and I'm not sure it's covered, so there's a line, and obviously this is absolutely important, that with particularly the more serious incidents, the need for corporate approval before something's issued. One of the things that came out in some of the discussions I've had where this has come out in the field is people have said, and I'm unfortunately it's literally, that actually when I draft something, it goes through 5 layers before it gets to the executive, and that's the cause of the delay. Now that is a symptom, it's a symptom, isn't it, of what I think of as the muddled middle. And probably that isn't for this policy to adopt, but we need clear and short lines of command to get to that point. So otherwise we just build in lots of delays. But all of that in the context of saying, you know, this is absolutely the right thing to do. I recognise, as Chris says, a lot of work's gone into it. I don't think it requires, what I've said here, requires any changes to your document. It's probably about the way in which it's then sold, communicated to the staff. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'll bring Carol in a minute, but just to add to some of the thoughts, and some of us are at the sharp end of quite a lot of this on a daily and weekly basis, is I'm wondering if there's a cultural thing around not so much complaints but the learning, because I see the dial in the organisation tends to shift towards complaints rather substantially. So people say, someone's contacted us and say something gone wrong, oh, go to complaints. But can we shift the dial back to say, well, actually, we want you to look at that in terms of learning and improving standards and quality, not just throw it in the complaints box. So another thing please consider if you can, Angela, but Pam and then Carol, and then I'll bring you back if that's okay, Angela.
Diolch, David. It was just very quick, Angela. So I think it's a really good policy. Just this is one of the policies that the board has to approve. So that's why it's coming here. Just noting there's a review date of within a year. So I'm sure you'll come back on some of the points that maybe some of the more substantial elements could be picked up as part of that. And then maybe just thinking about a link, Caroline, through QSC as Angela would normally to go through some of the details. So I just thought that was just an important link. I agree with the point around culture. And I think in the policy it does refer in terms of just culture and the ambition that the health board has in terms of moving towards a more open, transparent culture, which I think then will help in terms of the way we do things. So just some observations there. Thank you.
Good. Carol.
Yeah, thanks very much. So I've been meeting with people whose family members have had a very difficult outcome, and I'm grateful Angela and David, you joined me for one of those last week, and the way in which we take concerns, incidents, concerns, whatever it is, seriously, and how we interact with people who have got those concerns is really, really key, and we have not done that very well, and that's what's really come out from the learning from investigations work that was done, as well as, you know, the standard of investigation, etc. So this is a complete change in approach and an opportunity to get that right. So while we talk about policy and process, it is absolutely about culture and practice and habit. So all of that is really good. It has been very rapid. I had a great briefing from the project team and Angela on Friday around this work, and we talked about the joining of the dots. So whilst a lot of process work's happened, how do we make sure we've captured the things that are more thematic learning? And I think that's been really important. And one of the big things that came out of that conversation is how effective is our care? How well are we following standards and guidance, including the consistency across? So we were exploring, we'll have a bit more time on this, potential to use this rapid improvement approach, looking at that, because you're absolutely right. It's great to have a process if it all works, but can we prevent the need for the process in the first place?
And then I just want to mention the complaints response and timeliness. So quality is absolutely right, but timeliness is part of quality for me. And I think we'll see later on, Angela may well comment later on the integrated performance report, the complaints process and the complaints work that's been running alongside this in terms of streamlining and getting those responses back through. It's a sign of us caring about this and giving it the right attention. So yeah, thanks to everyone involved.
Yeah, Angela?
Yeah, thank you. So if I can answer some of the questions.
Yeah.
So from a resource capacity point of view, we're not having any more resource. We do have the capacity, it's utilising it in a different way and bringing the teams together. And part of that is around the duplication, so identification of the process delays. We have streamlined since Carol and I were having our meetings fortnightly with the complaints team and the IHCs and divisions. We've identified some changes to the assurance process. So low-level complaints, 1s to 3s, as we identified a letter of apology, identifying what happened, and that can be signed off at a local level IHC director. From the more complex complaints, instance, inquests, then there is a process to go through, but we're trying to make sure that that bureaucracy is removed, so there isn't that escalation through. I do think that we do need oversight. When I first arrived, we didn't have that oversight as an exec, and I was very concerned, I must say, and put it in immediately. I think we do need it, and I do need to be understanding of what the investigations are and what is going to the coroner and to families in that point. Engaging with families is key to all of this, and I've asked the team to make it more explicit around engagement from the first instance throughout the process, having a single point of contact that somebody can speak to if they're concerned and if there are delays, but also offering meetings at an early stage with clinicians in the room. So I just asked for that to be a little bit more explicit in the authorisation of it rather than the policy as such, I would suggest. PALS is something that we should be supporting the low level rather than it turn into a formal complaint. And the focus on that, and you'll have seen from previous reports, the PALS activity is increasing. The work that we're doing around PALS and that local application is really, really important. I won't promise something here. In previous organisations, I've done work around posters behind beds identifying who to contact and where we are. I think it's an iteration of where we are in the future, maybe. That we could do that and get that concern at the bedside sorted by the nurse in charge, by the matron, by the head of nursing on the site, rather than it escalating to a formal complaint or even a PALS, if you like. The policy procedure separated, I completely agree. I think we needed people to understand this. We needed the wraparound and for the questions of the operational, I can't say it, putting it on the ground where it actually needs to be. And so we will in the future split it, and we will go through process around review and it coming back through board. With those, it'll be an iterative process, I think, for us to identify what works and what doesn't work for us. The Greatix, the learning, etc. I think in some ways it's separate. The Integrated Concerns Hub will pull the learning, feed it through the organisation learning forum, feed it through our repository. I think that Greatix allows staff to celebrate and identify the good work, which then can feed in from a different route, and we then can triangulate that information. But I think we don't want to stem that really. We want people to nominate from a Greatix perspective and identify what's going on, as well as learning from the things that not necessarily where we want them to be. So I think it's a dual process that we need. I think I've covered most things there.
Great. Diolch yn iawn. A fel dyn ni wedi clywed am sawl adroddiad arall heddiw.
As we've heard in many other meetings, it's cultural changes that are at the heart of this.
It's a very lengthy document, so apologies if I've missed it, Angela. But is there anything in there around how long we'll keep the data and information for? And do we need to let the public know as part of the policy how long we will store that information?
I think we've got national guidance on how much documents are stored, and it's consistent across. I can make sure that it's included within the policy. Yeah, if I could, sorry, I think I missed something as well around the number of complaints and having the policy. And I think, yes, we don't want to have the number of complaints of the nature that we have, but I think we do need to be open to complaints, even if it's only about car parking or about the things that, you know, are potentially a low level complaints, if you like. So I think, you know, we want to make sure, and I think if we get to a point where we're seeing a massive reduction in complaints, we should be looking at making sure we've got that access. So talking to patients, talking to the public and saying, are you able to complain? Are there any barriers, rather than us not having any complaints?
Absolutely, yeah, no, really important. Coming up this, but there's that, you should know that about.
One small question back. I remember conversations before, we can move away from the word rate, moving more to comment or feedback. Where are we in that? Is that, are we still working towards that? Moving away from the word? Or?
Yeah, so that is why we're calling it integrated concerns policy rather than so this is the policy, then eventually all of the wording around that, the teams, what they're called, etc., will morph into a concerns team and a concerns rather than it being complaints and that negativity that
cultural change for us as well, then to change our life.
Absolutely.
Diolch iawn. Reit, lot fawr o waith yn digwydd yn gwaith pwysig.
Lots of important work happening there. Central to what we're trying to achieve as a health board. So is everyone happy to approve and adopt this policy? Thank you. On to item ending 5.2. We're in quarter 1 of our planning year. And Carol and Chris, I think, will be leading on this. I don't know who wants to go first. Chris first.
So I'll just draw out the most important few points. This is the first report for this year's annual delivery plan. It's the report on quarter 1. You'll see of the deliverables that were due to be completed in quarter, something in the order of 2/3 did complete within the quarter. That goes up to around 84% as of today, a few weeks post the end of the quarter. And I think if we remember that a quarter is a relatively short period of time, and we did get off to a slightly slow start in quarter 1. So I think 84% to date is a good reflection of the work that has been done. There are around 6 of the deliverables within the first quarter that have not yet completed. That doesn't mean that they're not underway, and in fact most of those are very well underway. It's just that they won't have sufficiently completed by the end of this week to have been able to say they completed within 4 weeks of the quarter. We committed previously to tying together the actions within the delivery plan and the outcomes that they were then delivering. And obviously, we all understand how important that is. And you'll see then reference to how we're tying this report now into our performance report more closely. There is further work to do within that space, but I hope that our colleagues will be able to see that those links are developing, and we'll continue to build upon those as we bring forward further quarterly reports. The last component then of the report is in terms of a small number of change control requests within the annual delivery plan. on the whole, these are relatively small changes of wording to improve clarity. There are 3 additional deliverables that we're seeking to include, and that's just to be absolutely sure that the annual delivery plan fully reflects all of the requirements of special measures as well. I'll finish there, Chair, but happy to pick up any questions.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw syniad sylwadau? Troi at Claire gynta, wedyn Gareth.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And really optimistic presentation. I don't forget the next item, we only delivered 66% roughly last year, and that's kind of a repeat pattern then at the end of Q1. Good to hear the update that we're now to 84, but the report does make it clear that a number of the activities that are delayed have a dependency on things that we need to do in Q2, 3 and 4. So it's just a question, and I'm asking you as the author of the paper, although the actions are everybody in the rooms, what our confidence levels are about getting on track, and whether or not, and I think I did say it when we were setting them, whether our ambition or our need to change, which means we have to do a lot of things, is still slightly adrift from our capacity and readiness to meet those Q1, 2, 3, 4 targets. Maybe I should ask them.
Before you.
Everybody.
And Gareth.
Yeah, I just want to particularly focus, and again, like Claire, it morphs into the performance report, which is a good thing because it shows they are integrated, and I think we also have items in the private session, which is relevant. But 4E, plan care. I mean, 2 months ago, we had a really good discussion on this. I think the analysis was spot on about what needed to happen, but I'm not really very sure it is actually happening. So on 4E.1, it says significant challenges remain with particular focus ongoing regarding full implementation of treat in turn. So what is the problem? What is the problem? Where is the resistance for treat in turn, and what are we doing about it? And secondly, in the next point, it says this is again, as Chris, I'm not pressing criticism of you of the report, that you didn't have assurance that the milestone about validating waiting lists had been done, but you expected to have it by the end of July. Well, as we're nearly at the end of July, do we now know whether that validation process will have been completed by the end of July next week?
Unrhyw un arall? Cyn i mi ddod â Chris a Carol i mewn. So some specifics there about Chris and Carol.
I wouldn't mind. Do you mind if I just pick up an observation, Chris? And it really, talks to Claire's point. I think this is part of us becoming an organisation that focuses on delivery and performance. I looked back at the types of reports around, IMTP quarters and performance. This is a world away from what it was 2 years ago, let's say. But I think we're still in that process of being very clear of the 5 strategic objectives, what the actions and the milestones are, the delivery, the escalation, how that seeps through into everyone's delivery plans and the work on there. So I think, my sense is, 66%. If we were saying 100%, I think we'd be thinking, oh, hang on. So, there will be a margin in there. But I think this is part of our journey on performance and delivery. There's lots that we're going to talk about in terms of our key performance, and it was intentional to align Q1 and the integrated performance report, because it's the so what then, isn't it? And I think let's be open and honest about this. Planned care is a real challenge for us, so we know where we need to get to. We know what needs to happen to get there. But making that happen is proving more difficult. And time is not on our side here. It sort of feels to me a microcosm, plan care, of our organisational challenges as well. So, it is really going to test us in terms of whether we
can move the dial
Yeah.
to a more performance and
Yeah.
delivery focus.
Yeah.
Chris will maybe.
And just on that broader point, I think this is where we have arrived as a board now. We have got some sound financial control, thanks to Russ and Andrea and the team. Done a tremendous amount of work there. We have got sound governance, thanks to Pam coming in post and everybody else in that team. Now the bit that we've got to tackle now is around performance, and this report highlights it. And within the report, the planned care highlights the whole matter, and you've described it really well. That we know what we've got to do, we understand how we need to do it, but there's a problem in us actually delivering improved performance. So that's where we are. I think it is a microcosm of the whole hospital, as you say. But Chris, you've got some solutions. All of that.
Yes, thank you. So these are really good observations. I think the first point I want to make is, it's absolutely crucial that we are ambitious in terms of where we go in terms of milestones and timescales. 100% delivery would not be ambitious enough. Where is the right point is a continual debate. I would say that Q1 is slightly unusual in that we didn't set the milestones until 4 weeks into Q1, and so whilst the 66% is 66%, the 84% is probably a better reflection of what we have delivered within the period of a quarter. However, we are going into the second quarter where there are even more pieces of work to deliver. So we do need to continue to maintain pace. I think it's also really important that this report that comes to board should be that board should feel confident that it is an assurance report rather than a reassurance report. And to go to the point that Gareth made, we wanted to be absolutely sure with regard to that validation question, that we understood that the action had been completed as specified and in a way that would improve outcomes. And it was simply an assurance exercise, so that I can come here today to give assurance. In terms of are we on track going forward into the next quarter, unfortunately, I've got to give you some reassurance in that space, because I can only tell you what is coming back from the teams at the moment. And the teams are reporting that they are making progress against each of the actions within Q2. But generally speaking, the evidence for that comes later into a quarter. And so when we next speak, I'll be able to confirm whether that's the situation. You raised treat in turn, Gareth. That I think is a good example, really, because on 4E.1, that is one of the deliverables that we've marked as red. We haven't made the progress we expected to make in this quarter. However, in the last 4 weeks, I'd say I've seen a huge step change in progress in that space. The conversations that have occurred in the health board with regards to that have been very different to the conversations that have been occurring prior to that. And Russ will no doubt share more. It hasn't been sufficient to bring it back into quarter. But it will deliver as we move into the remaining of Q2.
Right. Eliminada, unrhyw question sylw?
Any questions or comments? If not, are we happy to accept the content of the report and the recommendations therein? thank you for the work. We're looking forward to the meeting.
Ymlaen I eitem 24.1.3 ar...
So item ending 5.3 and the annual plan.
Dwi'n meddwl dwi'n troi at Chris eto.
I'm turning to Chris again, I think.
Thank you. So the report we've just had was with regard to the current annual delivery plan. This report is with regards to closing of last year's annual delivery plan. And colleagues will remember that last year we had the annual delivery plan, but we also had the special measures plan alongside, which is different this year because we've been able to bring the two together. In terms of those two plans for last year, this report closes off the actions that were not complete by the end of the year. A good number of those have now completed, but the majority of those that hadn't have been fully subsumed within actions within the report that you have just received. On those ones, we propose retiring them and no longer reporting them from last year because they have been completely contained within new actions for the current annual delivery plan. There are a small number in there which haven't been completely included within the current annual delivery plan, but which haven't also completely finished now. And on those ones, it's a total of 26. We're proposing adding them in to the current annual delivery plan so that we can now stop reporting previously and just bring the one report through. And that is the request of the paper. Thank you, Chair.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw cwestiwn neu sylw ysgol? Nad oes, ydy pawb yn hapus bod gymrydwyo papur yna.
If you're happy to approve the content and the change management outline. Okay. Thank you very much. On to the next item. Integrated performance report, and I'll turn to Russ to present this item. Over to you, Russ.
Yeah, Chair. So we'll handle this in a similar manner as previous meetings. So Angela, Jason, and Gareth will take some elements and then come back to myself, and I'll take us through planned care, which we've just touched on. So that should be an entertaining closure to the report. So Angela, do you want to start us through?
Yeah, so quality safety experience from a performance measure point of view identifies that we have had two new never events reported in May, and that our NRIs for the month were 22 national reported, and our complaints response policy came here. So that's the general update. I think it's got to be recognised, obviously, that from a performance measure perspective, there are other areas of quality impacting on all of the quadrants in this first slide. Identifying from an urgent care perspective the delays there and what we're trying to do around covering those delays, which I'm sure Gareth will come to when he identifies, but also from a workforce perspective and the impact the workforce has on the quality and delivery of care. And I note that the nursing turnover rate has been brought up in that slide, which is really positive. But I also wanted to let colleagues know that from position in May 23 compared to now, we've reduced from 763 nursing vacancies down to 526, which has obviously had an impact on the reduction in agency spend that we see within the report as well. And I think that's got to be, work from the HR teams with the workforce recruitment teams, but also from the nurses working on the shop floors and the quality of care, enticing nurses to come and join us in the organisation. We've got 158 new qualifiers who are starting in September, And we've managed to recruit 157 of those into the organisation from our local universities, which will make a massive difference to the use of agency spend. So I just wanted to bring a little bit of a link through really around some of the other work around quality within this report that isn't actually badged under quality.
Great, super, thank you. So in relation to people domains, you can see that our pad rate is fairly constant, and we are working on developing a new pad system in the next few months. Our sickness absence rate is fairly constant as well at the moment, and it's fairly comparable to last year. In relation to our turnover rate, you'll also note as well that that's at 1.8% for nurses, which is the third best performing position within Wales. And Angela's noted agency reduction. There's been a big focus within the people team to both make sure that we are using appropriate agencies and we're not going to off-contract agencies. So we are focused on the key activities, which is about making sure we follow the process very, very clearly. You'll note within this report, there are a number of other metrics as well. And one of the things that we wanted to do is to try and ensure that the board have visibility of people metrics. Let me just bring those up on my screen because it's just moved. There we go. So some of the key differences that you will note within this report is, for example, looking at roster compliance, and we've put that within the people section. Also as well, looking at disciplinary cases, agency as part of the total bill, and also as well looking at turnover within year one. We made a commitment last year that we wanted to be a compassionate organisation, and within the next 2 months we'll build what is called the culture dashboard. And the culture dashboard will be something that we'll have at health board level, but it will also be at IHC level and directorate level. A lot of the metrics here will form as part of the culture dashboard. My example on that is, if we say we're a compassionate organisation, then we need to make sure that we've got good rostering in place to make sure that we're looking after our people. And so therefore, this will be an area that we'll want to work with the IHC teams to improve their position, because we want to make sure that our staff are getting good breaks, good rest. And on the ground, when we talk about culture programs, sometimes that might seem quite far away. So there are some very specific actions that we can build into this around, if we do care for you, we'll make sure that we roster you well because your health and well-being is important to us. If we do care for you, we'll make sure that you get your padder, and your padder will be about your health and well-being and what we need to do to look after you. You know, and when things go wrong in relation to conduct processes, we'll look to make sure that we manage them in a short time frame. This is the first report as well, which notes really the number of conduct cases that we have per 1,000. And whilst not high across the whole of the health board, there's still work to do in this. And we know that the implementation of our restorative approach in relation to disciplinaries that we presented in the leadership conference in June now, the anticipated likelihood is that we might be able to reduce these numbers by a further 50% based on some of the experiences within an Iron Bevan and in West. So we think that my stretch target, where I'd like to get to, is moving this down to you know, 1 per 1,000 staff really over the next 6 months for open and live disciplinary cases. The other piece of information that you'll note from this is about understanding where people leave. And so hopefully now we've gained a level of visibility with people who join us within year one, you know, and recognising that there's a 15% turnover rate. But all of these separate factors we'll build into the culture dashboard, which means that IHC level, they can drill down locally and look at that localised data around why, where, and what the changes are. Thank you, Russ.
So, got it.
Thank you. On the position that's in the report.
I think the metrics demonstrated that April and May were quite a challenging time still for our system. Some of the key metrics, the headlines around the amount of time people spend in our EDs, over 4 hours, 12-hour waits, number of ambulances that are offloaded within an hour, showing a slight deterioration really in that period. Other measures staying fairly stable. I think the overall picture, if you look at trends, is actually of stability, but in this case, stability is not clearly what we want. We want to see improvement, and there is a significant amount of activity going on to drive that improvement. But the system, as I say, remains challenged, and consolidating the improvements we have made are quite challenging. And that's important clearly because that filters through to the experience our patients get in our system, and particularly within our emergency departments, with the waits there, and sadly occasionally harm results. It also filters through, of course, with our staff as well, who again, particularly in ED, are having to deal with the real challenges day by day of caring for people in less than optimal conditions. I mentioned there's clearly a lot of work going on during Q1 of this year. As we committed to in our annual plan, we have reframed our 6 goals programme, a national programme that I know board members are familiar with. The reframing of that programme really is to try and what we call invert the triangle, if you like, on how we do this, with a real focus therefore on goals 5 and 6, which is about optimal hospital care and our discharge pathways, and a philosophy of home first, and activities that really then prevent people from being readmitted and being cared for in our community. There's also an additional focus on community pathways, rapid access, rapid service access in our communities. We had a very productive meeting with Welsh Ambulance Services just this week, where we had a focus on that particular element of our improvement journey, with a focus on patients who fall in our community and patients who have breathing problems. There's also a refocus on optimal flow, and that's throughout the system, not just within the hospital. And then lastly, of course, how we manage people and their experiences within the emergency department. This is clearly why this is an area that we've chosen to put into our major change programme for this year. And as I say, there is significant improvement work still to do.
Gareth, so
thank you. Just plan care then, Chair. I'll briefly take you through some highlights, if I may, and then clearly the financial is separate, so we can talk about the financial separately. So obviously, plan care, significant allocation through Welsh Government to tackle and ensure we treat all of our plan care patients post the pandemic. That has now been made recurrent in our baselines, and in excess of £34 million for this health board. A real focus on making sure that we therefore improve our performance across all of our spectrums. So just some real quick highlights from some of those. So stage 1, so outpatient appointments within 52 weeks. That is a challenge across the whole of the Wales economy. And our numbers are big, but we're proportionally also quite big to the economy. So we're not disproportionate in terms of our size of our challenge. However, our list is growing, and clearly we can't afford for that list to be growing. So we need to make sure we're enacting all the different measures that we've alluded to earlier, in particular treating turn, and making sure you're fully utilising our list. And there's some work ongoing around that. But circa sitting at 24,000, that's been on an increasing trend for now over 2 years. So that is a key one for us to reverse back. I'll talk a little bit about stage 4. So stage 4 is where patients have been waiting beyond 104 weeks for treatment or procedure. We are disproportionately as an outlier, so we stubbornly stay at around 10,000. All of Wales is around 24,000. So clearly we need to build traction within those areas, and some of the conversations we'll have later on in private board will erode some of that position and improve that position as we go forward. The one that's really key for us to be cognizant of is the extreme weights. So these are patients in that cohort, stage 4, waiting beyond 3 years or some beyond 4 years. So 208 weeks, some patients for treatment. And that's where we really need to get that mentality changed and our cultural differences moved so that we actually treat patients based on the condition and the length of stay they've been waiting for that treatment as due consideration. And Treat in turn does that through routine elective care. But we need to make sure that that booking model is appropriate. So there's a lot of work going on that score. There's a bit of work around diagnostics. Obviously, diagnostics, we've moved from 10,000 down to 6. We're targeting 3,000. Some of the diagnostic transition around why it's 3,000 forecasted close the year is we did have some material contracts that came to an end and we had to have that engagement period with the wider market. So we have been doing some of that work behind the scenes and clearly that will help. And cancer performance I'd reference, so 57%, it's slightly improving. As we start to treat our dermatology backlog patients, we will see that breach level get lower, so performance will reduce. But that's a good thing in some ways because we're treating those patients. We're building that trajectory to make sure that we have a meaningful trajectory for us to manage performance. So it's not an unexpected or unplanned dip. Once we've got those contracts in place for dermatology in particular, and we are still forecasting hitting that 70% threshold at close of the financial year, which is really important for that cohort of patients, of course. I'll slightly reference mental health learning disabilities. We are performing really well in terms of adult contacts, but obviously CAMS and neurodevelopment, they're very challenged areas within all of Wales, and we continue to try to manage that level of demand and increase. But performance needs to improve, and there's lots of action plans being delivered. I mean, just to give you some assurance, so since our last meeting, we have set in train a number of escalation meetings. I have the pleasure of meeting IHC directors, the medical directors for the integrated health communities, and also the operational directors post this meeting. And the challenge predominantly for them at this moment in time is how do we deal, book and treat all those extreme waiters at the most earliest opportunity using those routine slots. We've also made available capacity on a weekend to treat those as well. And there is a further escalation meeting that will occur next week with Chief Exec, where we're clearly trying to build that line of sight and accountability. So, it's back to that, who is driving the change and where's the levers in the organisation to drive that change. So that will be quite a change, and we've seen that change, and it's nice that Chris reflects on some of that change. But we need to see that driven in terms of those bookings and assurance those patients are now booked in. And I guess as we move forward, Gareth will be part of those conversations, of course, and we will look to, by close of August, which is a ministerial target for us, to have all of the extreme waiters booked in, and we are targeting to have a number of those treated. So certainly next time we meet as a health board, we're looking to present progress in both of those areas, but it is a challenged area, and that is why it is further subject to debate through the private session of the health board.
Definitely, Russell, before you're writing questions, comments, it's just something that came to me and just shared with Carol there. The reports have developed really well, and the way they're presented is excellent. Lots of information and lots of detail. The way it's been presented today is very effective. I think there's another section we need, and that is having described the performance, can we have a section what we're going to do about it? To put it sharply, I think the board at this particular place in our history would be pleased to see that addition, mapping out these are the issues, this is how we're performing, and then okay, these are the actions we're going to take and some time scale and so on. I know much of that goes on in committee, I understand that. But I think where we are currently, particularly some of these areas, I think the board, as a board, would be particularly interested in that. So have a think about that suggestion, if you can, whilst I gather other questions or comments. Felly, cwestiynau, mae gen i Chris Caroline.
For Chris, Gareth.
So it's the question for Gareth really. So great to hear the information you were sharing with us there, and pleased to notice that the planned care is going to be a major change programme. I just want to ask, what does that mean? What does that mean in terms of money or staff or time, and what's the timeline? So what difference is it going to make? And you know, just broad, I know that's a big question, but what does that mean when something becomes part of a major change programme?
Okay. Do you want me to answer, Carol?
Yeah, please.
From an urgent and emergency care perspective, what this really means is we want to try and get at a few really important things that we think will make a difference to our urgent and emergency care system. So you'd have heard in my report how some of the metrics are telling us that things seem resistantly difficult to change one way or the other, better or worse. So we want to focus on a few things that we think will make the difference. And in doing so, we want to prioritise our resources to do that work. And that will require us to really get in some depth underneath some of the drivers in the system of our emergency and care performance at the moment. So it's about prioritization really of what is a very large landscape, and that prioritization obviously will include then the resources we require within the organization. So there are a number of colleagues with corporate teams who will be able to prioritize their resources into this program of work, with a very clear focus of measuring what difference we can make to those areas that we choose to focus upon.
Chris.
Thanks, Joe. Two very quick points, and then I think probably a bit of a narrative mode, for which I do apologise from the first is in respect of open complaints, although resolved in 30 days. Just looking at, we haven't met the target at all ever. It looks like it, and we're getting worse from what I can see. And I know we've dealt with a new process previously on the agenda, and I wonder what your thoughts are in terms of whether or not that's going to help this. Second point, it might be a very quick one to answer, is in respect to the learning from events reports. We've got 32 open or not, so that are overdue. What's that in as a proportion of those we receive? So I suppose, are we doing well or not? Obviously, having any overdue is not great. I might well have missed that elsewhere. And the final narrative moan is on planned care. And I'm fortunate insofar as I haven't been here all that long. And unfortunate insofar as every meeting I've been in, there's been a discussion about waitlist cleansing and treating term and all of these different bits and pieces. And I think around planned care, on the majority of fronts, at very best, we're in a position of stasis. And at worst, and I don't think it's unfair to say, we're deteriorating. And I appreciate that we have these systems in place. And I'm fortified by what Chris and James have said in respect to those conversations are changing and they're becoming better in terms of the approach, treat, turn, etc. But I wonder how long we now have to be able to carry on going, well, this is what we're going to do, and before we have to really start doing this. And I do wonder whether, alongside the very big carrots that we have, do we perhaps controversially need a little bit more stick at some point? And do we need to just get on with it? Sorry for that.
No, the point, we'll come to that in a minute, but was Angela, I think, wanting to respond to some of that, then Caroline with it, guys.
Hi, thank you. So from the point of view of the 30 working days of the complaint responses, we have seen a dip down in the information that we've got currently. We're actually seeing an increase in that trajectory. So we have a plan that we will reach the 75% target by October. and that we are on plan for that. Apart from one of our IHC centre, which we are wrapping around to support at the moment to get them back on track with their trajectories. It needs to be noted that we've obviously got a lot of focus on the inquest reviews that have been undertaken and the investigations. We've now got 87% of the ones that need further work completed, and that equates to about 14 outstanding, as we were told last week. So I'm signed for about 25 of this week so far. So we should be in a much better position from that perspective. We've also obviously got a lot of overdue complaints that we need to be working on. It's the balance between meeting the 30-day target, but then making, sort of people wait even longer for the overdue. So that is the balance. We've worked with performance to look at the trajectory. We're happy with the trajectory, presented it to Welsh Government, and we're on track to meet that at the moment. I don't know if Carol wants.
I just wanted to add a very small point. This is for both complaints data, but also for cancer performance. You only get a tick in the box, if you like, when you close a complaint. So if you close a lot of overdue complaints, that pushes the performance down, even though we're closing more complaints overall. So it is a bit of a quirk of this, that we would almost expect the data to show us going down before we go up. But there's been a lot of work on how does that tip across in terms of the effort that goes in, and then you start to see the performance coming through. So there may be something we can explain or add in a local measure to try to show that difference.
And we've got another. Is that okay? So the 32 overdue, let's say the percentages of proportion of the ones that we've currently open. It is moving on a daily basis. As I say, this week signing off so many investigations that will have reduced, then we'll have potentially some that might tip over. I can give you some assurance that we meet on Wednesday morning with the teams to go through the incidents that are national reported incidents, and we go through and we know all of the details, where we're up to and how we're supporting. And again, some of the overdues is around the capacity within the local teams, around the fact the focus we've got on all of the areas, but we've got trajectories to take those down to zero. There are some areas that we do have though that we are working, and we're not going to be able to close them in a timely manner because it's external people that we're working with. So if there are police investigations, we can't start the investigation until we're given permission. If there are other hospitals or health boards or trusts that we're working with, such as in the North West, or in South Wales, then we do have those delays that we're trying to work with, but those are escalated to me, and I do work with my exec directors of nursing across the country and in England to try and resolve those issues and trying to expedite that information so we can close those areas.
If they are, we can back to the plan before we finish this item on this Caroline or Wedding guy. Sorry. Do you want to come in, James, first?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just a quick point. I don't want to make tease out here, so just your awareness that
speak up a little bit.
We can't forget that we had around 3,700 patients from insourcing the deceased last year who had to repatriate back into the health system. So actually, although it looks like we might not be making progress, we've actually absorbed a huge amount of work in that we're now going to have to deliver. So our capacity is slightly affected. So just for a bit of extra context, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. So Caroline, Wedding plan, Wedding guys.
Yeah, no. It's to comment really on quality and performance. On quality, I'm really pleased to see that we now recruited to the clinical holding team. I mean, those figures have been a real concern for quite some time now. Now we've got people who've started, they are trainees, but hopefully this is a real program that I think there's an awful lot of catching up to do. But also we need to make sure that we are coding current work appropriately as well. Vaccinations, I am concerned the figures are low compared to rest of Wales and HPV, children under 5, but also the COVID boosters as well. So if you're really good, if we could see some, a bit of a focus certainly on the HPV and the children under 5. But another figure that's I think is really worrying in terms of quality is the number of colonoscopies arranged within 4 weeks of booking. That is way too low. We really got to do something about that. In terms of the performance, really concerned about some of the figures in the section that refers to CAMS and neurodevelopment. It's good to see that good performance with regard to specialist CAMS first appointments within 28 days. That's great, but some of the other figures really are of concern there. But to come back to the point that Chris just made about, the long waits, I'm not from a medical background, but, it might be a simplistic approach, but of the really long waits, why can't we just put them at the top of the waiting list and clear them quickly? And then, try and keep on top of things. That may seem like a very simplistic answer, but, we've got to crack this, haven't we? We've got to really tackle this.
Diolch yn fawr. Mynd nesa. Karen?
Jock, firstly, just a general question about, so we're reporting only on month 2 here on performance and 3 on accounts. We ought to be reporting on month 3 at the end of July. So it's a request really that I think it's hard for us as a board. We're asking really challenging questions, but on data which is 7 or 8 weeks out of date. So if we could pick that up, please, for future reporting, that would be really helpful. And, if we're able to be quite proactive around finance, I would expect us to be able to do the same on our performance data too. I think the way we report on performance now is so clear. I love the 4 circles, it's really, really helpful, but it does not identify that we've got 75% reds in access. So I think as a board, we've really got to focus in, and of course it's the same issues that are still there. Caroline's referred to quite a few, ambulance waits, also I see still quite big inconsistencies when you look at the detailed report between Central, East and West. It doesn't feel like we're operating as one organisation. So either we have to share the resourcing around better, or if some parts of our system are doing things differently and are therefore able to improve their performance faster, is that learning being shared fast enough everywhere else? So just something around that for me. And then in terms of our people, we know, because again, it's been here a long time, the stress and mental health are still the key issues as to why people are absent from work. I don't get a sense of what we're doing to try to address that issue. And maybe that's an area for people and culture to be doing a bit of a deeper dive around in the next few months. And a bit like Caroline, I felt that in terms of mental health, there's some good data in there about first appointments, but then the follow-on. And in mental health, we make a statement in here that there was a dip in performance in April, but it was predicted. Why? Sorry. So that, so it feels like we are making progress in some areas, but there's still such a huge amount to do. And it's quite overwhelming.
And that matter you raised about One Health Code is one I'm beginning to reiterate on a frequent basis, actually. So, Karen, within Gareth.
My question was for Jason really, and it might be something that we might want to explore again at people committee, because I think it's what the first said, it's around the retention of employees and some context around why people are leaving, which could be mental health and well-being, or a multiple of other reasons. But I was particularly interested in the staff turnover for those who had less than 1 year's service, because obviously, we've got a lot of vacancies, but we need to be making sure that we're recruiting the right people to the right job and not just trying to fill a hole. And it would be interesting to explore that a bit further, as I say, probably at people committee, because recruiting people costs a lot of money, both time, effort, induction. So it's just something that I think we should explore a bit more.
Good point. We'll take that up to the committee, and the chair, when it's back, we'll have a look at that, I'm sure. Thank you. Gareth?
Yeah, well, I mean, I know we're going to have the chance to discuss some of this next week, and also there are some items that are relevant to the private agenda, but this is the public meeting of the board, and I think it's really important to be honest that
poor performance in terms of access and activity, even allowing for the timeline question, is really, really, really worrying. We are at the bottom of the heap or near the bottom of the heap on all the indicators, more or less, with a few honourable exceptions. And I do want to concentrate on Plan M, which is the area I know we'll have the opportunity to talk about more. But as I said, making allowance for the time lag. What concerns me is that 2 months ago, we had a really clear analysis. So going back to what you're saying about urgent emergency care, you know, saying we need to focus, we need to work out what's wrong. We had a really clear analysis with planned care of what is wrong. And I'm not really seeing the evidence that it's progressing. So just to take, and I may have misunderstood, but this issue about validating the lists. So when I looked again, I listened to what Chris said. So I think what you said, Chris, was yes, we are now assured that it's happening. But the target there was that a formal structure is in place to validate the lists. But have we actually done it? And if we haven't, who is doing it? Have we got people who can do it? And why isn't it? Why hasn't it already happened? Because we are in the last chance saloon, yeah, let's be under no doubt. Every other health board in Wales is really making progress with this, and we're not. There's no evidence that we're actually tackling it, as opposed to knowing what the issues are. And I mean, a bit like Caroline, I've got a very simple question, which is, if we have the list centralised of these long waiters, if we haven't validated them, can we put some bodies in place to validate them quickly? If we've got them in place, why can't we just book them and just tell consultants that these slots are now filled by these people? I just don't understand why. And if it's helpful, I'm quite happy to formally move that the board has a resolution that we do that, because I do not understand why it is not happening. And I know cultures take a long time to change. We haven't got a long time. We really haven't. And if we haven't, and you know, if we have not, final last point on that, you know, if we have not got these 1,800 cases booked by the end of August, we are really in a bad place. And we're in a pretty bad place now. So, yeah, I'm sorry to say I'm impatient. It's not my normal style, I don't think. But as I said, and it's no criticism of people sitting around this table, but there's clearly resistance in the organisation. And I know that we've got the analysis, we've got the answers. I don't think we've got the people who are actually pushing it through. And what can we do about that?
Thank you very much for that, Gareth. And I think that highlights the need for us as a board to have visibility of not just what is happening, but what actions we're taking, you know, as I mentioned earlier. So Gareth, I don't know, put everything in a nutshell, I think. So how do we go from here? Carol and Russ, over to you two.
Yeah.
All the answers, please.
Lovely, lovely. Well, I leaned over to David and said, this is probably one of the best discussions we've had on integrated performance. So for me, trying to help lead change in the organisation, it's really good. I'm really grateful to Claire to say, actually, the data is more visible. I agree, it must be more up to date. And there's all sorts of, when's it ready for the board and all of that, and timeliness. But the data's visible, the problems are laid out. And that is the first step. There's, you know, when Stephen Powell joins us as the Director of Performance, he's got a task on his hands to help us to develop to the next stage, including, we've got to ban the use of abbreviations, but what we said we would do, what we've done and its impact, and what we're doing next and the expected impact. Because just looking at a picture doesn't say what we're going to do next. I have got a saying, I won't use it here, but we just keep weighing things. We're not actually moving them on. And you know, there is a come on to what we are doing, but we need to be able to say that more clearly, I think. There is something here about back in last September, we agreed the integrated performance framework, knowing that one of our biggest issues as an organisation is about performance and accountability, it's about delivery. So this is a part of the special measures delivery journey. And Chris mentioned carrots and sticks. I quite like carrots, sticks and sermons. So I don't know if you know, I won't go into it now, but the sermon bit really is about what do we need to do and how do we do that. The carrot is what help is needed to do that, and support and development, especially if we're changing practice or changing culture and that sort of thing. And then the stick really is about consequences around that. So, you know, I don't think the integrated performance framework says carrots, sticks and sermons, but that's generally what the thrust is. And, you know, outside of this room, I can say that we're increasing the focus, certainly, on carrot, sticks and sermons, being clear what needs to be done, offering the support, and then there will be some consequences in this, and they are serious consequences for us as a health board. But people will, you know, will feel that. Russell will come in, I'm sure, on planned care. So I genuinely think at the most senior level of our organisation, not just executives, but senior managers, we are clear what needs to be delivered. It is really the issue of traction about getting that changed. And you're absolutely right, Gareth, we do not have time to do that. So when we haven't got time to change a lot of the culture and practice, we've actually have to apply quite a lot of sort of command and control, I'm afraid. And I'm afraid that is what people will be feeling at the moment in order to get the traction. It won't take much, I don't think, to tip us into a momentum where we can move forward. But you know, we'll see where we are tomorrow, Friday, Harbour State, every Friday review meeting. And we'll be able to give next Tuesday, Gareth, when we meet, a sense of how far away from that tipping point are we. But these are deeply ingrained practices and cultures that we need to change. RES, you know, has been sort of, I was going to say knee deep, but it's a bit deeper than that, I guess, in this. So, you know, you have a different sort of level of insight and perspective, perhaps.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Carol. So I think for me, it didn't feel like the organisation felt the urgency. And certainly we've tried to build that urgency over the past 4 to 6 weeks. It has been quite useful to see and hear the sentiment actually through the members. I think it's shared actually as well. And as Carol alluded to, the senior leaders, as I say, I'm meeting post this board with the IHC leadership in terms of medical director and ops lead. And they've all got that shared agenda now, and that shared objective to deliver upon. I think the reality is we may get quite directional. We may need to bring that accountability framework into place. As you quite rightly allude to, we don't have the time to do this through a consensus model. And our patients are still waiting, aren't they? And some of them beyond 4 years. So we've got to do right by them. And I think tackling the extreme weights and tackling that in a sustainable way, using treat and turn methodology, using routine planned care lists, that's absolutely the objective and the challenge we've put before that leadership team. We meet weekly, we report back through to Carol on a weekly basis as well. And of course, we're going to see by end of July, we're focused really on the 208 weeks. By the end of August, it's very, very clear to that leadership team now that we need every extreme weight booked. And we need to make sure that they're feeling that as well. And there's escalation meetings planned throughout August to make sure that that happens. So it is moving more into that command and conquer. I think we're into, I think we're more sermon-y than we are rewards or sticks at the moment, but it's absolutely needed in order to do the right thing by the patient cohort of North Wales. And we are doing that. We are setting those motions with the frameworks in place. And I would say, and I'd just share this with members, that actually the engagement through the operational leadership, the engagement through that medical leadership within the IHCs has been really positive. They've joined those meetings. They've met with me every week. They're very vocal meetings, and so that I always feel that's an engaged process, and they do push back, which is great. And we set the tone as to where we need them to get to. So it's not that the organisation as a leadership is not rising to the challenge, but I absolutely take the point of members that we need to see traction and delivery, and that's the proof of the pudding. The only other thing just to add in terms of the point through Chris, just in terms of some of that delay or stagnation in terms of our performance metrics, I think some of that is because we got to the natural cessation of a number of our contracts that were placed with external partners, and the resources that were given to support recovery on planned care was largely focused on non-recurrent resources. It's shifted into a recurrent baseline now. So once we bring our partners back on and then we look to build our internal capacity through substantive workforce, A, will be more cost effective, and B, will be serving our patients in greater numbers as a consequence. So there is a little bit of that delay that has caused this blip as well, and that stagnation. So our focus is to get beyond that blip, start eroding our list back down, and an absolute focus to get all of our extreme weights booked in by 31st of August. The leadership teams are absolutely clear that that is the ask.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Nawn ni edrych ymlaen at y cyfarfod wythnos nesa.
We'll look forward to the meeting next week and the progress report next week. Are we happy to accept the content of this report and to approve it? Thank you for the work, but I think we've sent a clear message to the whole health board today about the importance of the work, not because of any chart or graph, but because we're dealing with people who've been waiting for treatment for a long time, and people we are trying to help to get better. That's at the heart of everything we do. So that's the important message from this meeting today. If we could share that, that would be good. Everyone happy to accept the content of that report and to approve it, and looking forward to seeing the progress shortly. We'll break for lunch now for 20 minutes and we'll reconvene at 1:45, and we're concluding this part of the meeting now.
Because we're gonna, when we finish the agenda, we always have to have quite a long break then before the private agenda. I mean, I don't, you know, I know some people need to eat now, so I don't, but I'm just wondering that because we want, I think we need to start the private agenda fairly promptly at 2:30. So
so 15 minutes, are we happy with 15-minute break? So it is now 13:26, 13:27. We'll reconvene at 13:42. Pnawn da eto, croeso nôl I gyfarfod bwrdd.
A good afternoon and a warm welcome back to this afternoon's meeting, and we're moving with the agenda to the next item, which is item 24155, the quality report, and I'll turn to Angela. Thank you.
So the quality report for this month, I think we probably covered quite a bit of the information in the integrated performance report. I think it's really positive that that's the connections there. I just wanted to bring out a few items from the report around firstly regulation. So you'll note that we had a HIW inspection of emergency department anaesthetic and fluid. I can confirm that we've actually had the factual accuracy checking for that report now, and I approved the action plan improvement plan, and it was sent off yesterday. So that report will be published middle of August, probably around the 20th, 22nd of August. You'll note from the report we identified that they saw improvements. Although there were some areas that we needed to give some immediate assurances on, we were able to do that, and we've closed the actions on those now. We've given an update through to HIW. We are waiting to find out whether we are going to get downgraded from the service requiring improvement down to normal monitoring, and that will come before the report is published. So we'll be able to let colleagues know around that. We also had another inspection as part of their ongoing reviews of the IRMA service about medical exposure and radiation, and that was a positive inspection. Very limited feedback for improvement, but again, we don't know until the report comes to us exactly what that will cover. We'll note in the report that we had some ombudsman public interest reports that were under consideration. I can confirm now those have been published, and those we reviewed what was suggested, and we've taken those forwards, and they've now been published. And then I also mentioned earlier the Learning from Investigations project and the position we're in now. So we're just moving now into phase 2 from there. So we took all of the investigations up to February, and now we're moving from February up to the September, when the implementation of the new integrated concerns policy will occur, and looking at how we can make sure we've got that time limits of investigations, that oversight and quality is where it needs to be. It has been identified though that the changes that we've put in place already have seen some returns on that, and that update that Carol had from the team last week showed some real positive changes and movement forward on that. As I say, we've talked about national reported incidents and never events. Healthcare acquired pressure ulcers and falls continue to be our highest incidences, and we've got some wraparound work that's happening around that. You'll remember that I've had some falls intervention meetings with the IHCs from an exec-led perspective, and I've got the first healthcare acquired one next week with the teams around that. So we'll be looking at a deep dive into the HAPUs and where we can have the consistency approach. I've also just appointed a matron for patient safety who will be leading on HAPUs and falls across the organisation and making sure we've got that consistency. We also have, from an IHC direction perspective, one of our new appointments, Victoria Peach, who's in the West, has got a keen interest in tissue viability and HAPUs from her previous roles, and is looking to be the lead for that on behalf of my senior nursing team, which is really, really positive. Updates against safeguarding are there, and we have further and wider updates at QSE, and escalations are fed through as needed. Infection prevention control, we're reporting on that information through to Welsh Government through our IPDs, and you'll note that we just had one of our unusual infections, shall we say, CPE outbreak, which is more prevalent within the northwest of England than it has been in Wales, which is carbamazepine producing enterobacterial, and I'll probably get corrected by the medical team in the room, but I think that's close enough. So we've been working with that as well. We've talked about complaints and some of the patient experience initiatives we've been undertaken, and then we just come to clinical effectiveness and discussing with James yesterday after conversation last week with Carol around how we look at our NICE guidance monitoring and how we look at our audits, and whether we just do a review similar to the learning from investigations work, to make sure that we are on top of what we're doing with those areas. And we've got robust processes around. As Carol said, we met with a family member last week with Dyfed, and there was some feedback around audit use, etc. So I think it's a good time for us to be looking at that going forward. And then I'm just happy to take any questions.
Diolch yn fawr. Unrhyw cwestiynau, unrhyw sylwadau gan sylwadau yn dda? Ie, na i ddod efo Caroline gyntaf o
Caroline first as the chair of the committee, and then Claire.
Of course, we've gone through this in quite some detail at QSC on the 6th of June. So just a few comments from me. I'm quite concerned about the number of learning from event reports that remain outstanding. I think I asked about this 2 months ago. And I think it's important that, you know, the staff realise any delays of this, it could have financial consequences for us as a board. So it's the same with, you know, complaints and you know, preparing for the brain question and things like that. You know, these reports, they're important, and we just need to make sure that we're on top of them and they're completed in a timely manner. I'm happy with, you know, most of the reports, you know, really good information here. But in future, I would like to see a little bit more depth in the clinical effectiveness elements of the report. It tells us what we're doing, but, you know, so what? You know, what are the findings? There's a lot more information we need to get into this section of the report in future, if that could be done. Lots of, you know, really good things here. I just wanted to mention as well, there's references regularly to pressure ulcers, and that is a concern. But we had a briefing from Nick Lyons about 2 months ago, and it's really interesting. And I'd like to hear from you as well, Angela. And the comment was, a lot of people come to us already having pressure ulcers, but they are then captured in our data. They're not always necessarily hospital acquired. And I hadn't understood that until that briefing, so that was really useful. There's a reference here on the earlier paper on the improving as well about the quality dashboard. Now, we've heard from you earlier on about the improvements to the processes, and that'll be really great. It'll help you, it'll help the staff, it'll help patients and their families as well. But I think the quality dashboard is something that will help us as well. It'll bring a lot of information to us in a simplified form that we can follow and understand and see the trends quite quickly. So looking forward, and it'd be useful to have a demonstration of that when it's ready.
Claire.
Job.
Jane, support.
Just one point actually now, because I think Caroline's asked a few things about the gland fluid E&D inspection. It's just a process question really. So I think you said, Angela, that yesterday you submitted the action plan back. So where does that get reported? Will that go to Assurance Committee or will that go to QSE? Who will monitor? Because some of the recommendations for improvement are, I guess they're for me, they're back to basic cultural and behavioural issues. So we've really got to get to grips with those things and be confident that they're not, you know, those practices no longer happen anywhere. So where will the kind of board assurance fit around that?
Okay.
Yeah, do you want to come back on that one?
Do you want to come back on that one immediately?
Yes, yes,
So from that perspective, we've got a regulatory assurance group that I set up about 12-15 months ago, based on the inspection that happened in November 23. From HIW, or 22 from HIW. And we monitor the actions through there. They're mapped. We've got an AMAT system, which is our collection of data, information evidence system, and they're mapped through there, and then we monitor them. And then we also share the report and the actions with the rest of the IHCs and the departments, divisions, for them to identify whether that could be an issue within their area, and for them to put that right as well. So that's where we take that. Then we come through, Regulation Assurance Group comes up to the exec-led QDG. And I received that report from the chair perspective. We've just changed the chair of it to become Matt Joyce, because I was chairing both and I can't map my own homework. So because we're now more established, we've chaired in conjunction with NHS exec, we decided we'd change the chair. So that report then comes up to me as chair of QDG, and then it goes through to QSE. So I do a chair's report through to QSE, which will be coming to execs as well. So that is the route for us to monitor those kind of things.
Jane.
Yeah, just to agree with Caroline, really, I think political effective section, it should be more about, you know, what are we doing, but what's making a difference. So patient reported outcome measures, PROMs, and I think we need that to help inform the value conversation and discussion around, you know, what do we do more of and what do we do less of. So because, yeah.
Anyone else? Any other comments then?
Yeah. So to come back on that, so quality dashboard, we will have a demonstration at QSE, and then you will have access to be able to drill into the data. We've now piloted it, it's working well. We had to have a little bit of support from Dylan and the IT team because of an all Wales issue with Datix, but that's a workaround that's been undertaken, so that will be available for QSE and for us to have that information. The clinical effectiveness section, the report needs to be strengthened. We've acknowledged that, and part of the conversation was about how we monitor and what we're looking at and how we're supporting. But I agree, there's a wealth of information out there that could be utilised and brought forward. And then there was a question about learning from events and how that is pulled through. The information around the reports that need to be submitted as part of the Welsh Government cycle, that is brought through. It will be in our accountability meetings with each of the IHCs and divisions, but it also comes through my nursing quality assurance meetings. So we map how many complaints, how many NRIs, where we are. We discuss that at the quality delivery group as well, and that's on their escalation reports to identify what issues they've got. I think again, very similar to Chris's question around complaints, etc. It's about the balance at the moment of getting on top of those, but we have got that focus, and we do know where each one of them is on an individual basis.
Carol?
I just came back on one point
that so then
page 78, complaints. Attitude and behaviour issues are common themes across all services, which is consistent with communication issues. And I think Claire picked up on some of that in the HRW report as well. Now then, given the work we're doing on culture and cultural change, you know, there's clearly further work to do. And of course, some of these complaints will have gone back some time, but, you know, we don't change people's behaviours overnight just because we've attended a one-day conference. So, you know, it's something to consider, you know, is it people are stressed and, you know, there's lots of pressure at work? Is it that they need training? Is it just characteristics or, you know, other character? Is it something we need to consider when we're appointing people? Or is it a culture? But there's it keeps coming up in reports, and it's something we haven't really discussed in board, but we have discussed it in preparing for you know, leadership events and in changing culture. But you know, when you see it being raised in complaints and in regulatory reports, it's something we need to address at all levels.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think it's multifactorial, to be honest. I think there's different areas. We do identify that. We go back to the areas and ask what the issues are, you know, the workload, the training, you know, how people are supported in the areas. But I think, you know, comment earlier from Jason around recruiting for values and making sure we've got the right staff with the right values into the organisation is really key for us. I would say, having worked, I'm sure Carol's the same, worked in many organisations over the years, this is a theme that does come up again.
Yeah.
It's not something we can accept though, and we will be working on it, but it is something that does come through.
And the leadership is up there with that, of course, absolutely. Right, final comments. Carol?
Yeah, only briefly, I'm looking forward to us having further conversation about clinical effectiveness. I think there's lots of opportunity there. And of course, that is pretty central to some of the QMS work, the quality management system, quality planning, where are we against the standards and all of those sorts of things. And I was just thinking this is quite a good vehicle for us to draw through how we are implementing the quality management system as well, the work that's taking place and the impact that that's having. So it's a developing report, I think, still at this stage.
Yeah. Oedd na rhywbeth pwysig i ychwanegu?
Has been discussed at audit, and I think we would appreciate reports on audits being completed, you know, the clinical audits 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. I think that would be quite important if that's possible. Thank you. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Reit, pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad yna. Diolch yn fawr iawn am y gwaith. Llawer iawn gwaith wneud. Diolch yn fawr iawn Angela a'r tîm i gyd. Pawb yn hapus. Ymlaen y adroddiad nesa. Eitem nesa di 24.156. A diweddariad cyllid chwarter i mynd a ni'n droi at ysol i gyflwyno on Volunteer Russell, please.
Yeah. If I just give you some key highlights and then quite happy to take any questions, Chair. So obviously year to date, we are £12.8 million in deficit as a position. We targeted 4.9 million. So we've got an adverse position of £7.9 million. Our deficit plan is £20 million at close of the year. So in the first quarter, we are significantly eroding some of that deficit position. Our 20 million as a percentage, about 9% of the All Wales deficit position, 221 million is for All Wales. So 23% of the population, but 9% of the underlying deficit problem. But clearly we need to pull back in terms of our expenditure and run rates in order to mitigate and deliver that plan. The things that are driving us, we've still got additional capacity that is being open and servicing patients. So there's something about improvements around and finding facilities to discharge from our urgent emergency care portals. And then also, of course, on top of that is the continuing healthcare provision, cost consequences around that, and the out of area mental health cost consequence that we're currently experiencing as well. The team are doing lots of work on that, and I was just going to look at Ian, but he's at that particular moment just left the building. He probably knew I was going to seek assurance from him in the room. So, but there is an awful lot of work going on around that because it's not right for the individuals either. So to enhance their quality of care. So once we bring those positions down, then it's left to what's the other key driver, and that's of course our savings performance. So £48 million targeted. We've actually got schemes that give a full year effect of 31.6, which is a dramatic improvement from when we were at the start of the financial year. In year, we've got £26 million worth of savings because the full year effect means they carry on into the future years. So we've nearly got all of our recurrent ask of the 48 million, and we've got half of our savings profile delivery. Clearly, we've only got 9 months left of the year, so it becomes more and more difficult to get that impact in year. But that savings performance and savings delivery for the latter 9 months of the year is going to be absolutely crucial for us to deliver upon in order for us to deliver our outturn position. And I just re-emphasise to members that there's not just this is what we said we'd do, so can we get there? There's also a massive incentive for us in that we still have £82 million as one-off funds for this year. We are really progressing actually with conversations with Welsh Government around where that resource goes next year. And clearly delivery of our plan is linked to our case for retention of that into our bottom line. So we improved on our plan in 23-24. We therefore got 74.6 million into our baseline for every future year. And we have the same opportunity this year. So if we hit a 20 million deficit plan, we have a strong case for keeping that £82 million in our baselines for the following year and all future years. So big incentives to get there. The only thing the only other element I was just going to draw members' attention to, we've got capital built into the report as well. We've got a £44 million programme, and we've spent the princely sum of 1.7 million. So I don't want people to be nervous around that, because it's estate works and they are planned to occur later on in the year. But I clearly don't want us to be in a position where 50% of that spend is still outstanding with 1 month to go. And we found ourselves in that position last time. So I'm just chasing that through the estates teams to see if we can get that spend and profiles committed as soon as possible. Just so we remove that risk as we get close to the end of the year.
Right. Yeah. Everybody on? Cwestiynau sylwadau y second gynta, Claire, Karen, Gareth.
Thank you. I just got a question really that stems from work that we're doing in the audit committee, and we've received a report from internal audit stressing that in terms of finance, savings isn't going to deliver what we need now, that we have to be gaining money from transformation. Is that something you can tell me anything about in terms of plans within the year that's actually going to, you know, bring some savings to the organisation?
Park that for a moment. Welsh will bring, we'll think about that. Welsh will bring others in, like Claire, Karen.
Okay, let's do a couple of just practical questions, because that's often my big question. It's about the transformational change. And I just wondered though, when we look at where we are at month 3, we're 13 million adverts on staff and we're 5 million positive on non-staff. Is that because of the controls we've got in place about stopping people ordering paper and pens or something else? And is the adverse on staff because it's a pragmatic, proactive decision around plan care? So good to understand that. And then also, when we look at agency spend, it's lower in the West than it is in the East and Central. And naively, my assumption would have been it's easier to recruit people into the permanent vacancies we've got in the East and Central, not West, what we've got. Okay, so I'm just telling me I'm wrong. It's easier to recruit in the West. Is that because the further you get east, the more markets there are to get jobs in, like Cheshire and Merseyside?
We'll come back
Anyway,
in a second. Yes, good point. Karen?
Yeah, we received an audit report at last week's audit committee around the integrated healthcare central finances and operating. It's just interesting to see that the outlier on the overspend is same integrated health community of central again, and its trajectory is not looking any brighter than it was last year.
What do you want, Gareth?
Yeah, just very briefly. I mean, sort of two different sides of the same. I mean, one level, I'm not definitely not over sanguine, but I do think that, as Russell I think said that, you know, we are making much better progress towards our very demanding savings target this year than we were last year. So that's a positive. I think if I can say this, looking at what's happening across Wales, we made the right tactical decision about setting ourselves quite a demanding target that we're at the moment falling a bit short of what we think we can reach, whereas quite a few of the other health boards seem to have set massively bigger deficits than the Welsh government is prepared to see, but are sort of on track for them. But you know, I think we've done the right thing, and that leads into the final point really, which is going back to my comments earlier about performance. I mean, and not to take away, we just have to improve performance, but it's really essential that we keep on being a sort of good guy in terms of our management of our finances, because if our financial management becomes more problematic at a time when we're still at the bottom of the heap in terms of performance, then we have nowhere to hide, do we? So, you know, basically all power to our Russell, keeping on top of this. But I think, you know, I don't think we're at a point where we should start being despairing about our capacity to realise those savings, but obviously you need to keep up the pressure.
So some thoughts, Russell, about some of the points, and then Angela on that matter of agency and so on.
Yeah, absolutely. So the transformational opportunity around savings. So we've launched the value sustainability model approach, which is actually embedded throughout Wales and Welsh government. I'm sitting on the non-pay National Forum for non-pay around that variation group as well. So really important we play our part in that, and actually that's giving us some opportunity to share practice. So one of the elements is clinical variation. And once we get through our planned care models, of course, we'll look for better ways of operating through planned care delivery, and that will free up resource that we're currently committing based on premium working. And that's currently in our baseline. So there's a lot of work we can do on those elements. There's a lot of good work happening in workforce as well, and looking at modelling for workforce. And obviously we're holding back, and we have a national target now on agency work and agency commission as well. So all of that's feeding in. And Lois would be very disappointed if I didn't mention how well we're doing on the medicines management as well, where we are adopting biosimilar, so effectively moving away from bespoke commission drugs and effectively into what are copy drugs by other companies, but they haven't got the developmental costs. So we save a significant amount of resource, but obviously the patients are receiving exactly the same treatment. So there's an awful lot of work going on around that medicines management patch, which has given us a good start to the year as well. So it has to be commended. And then of course we'll be looking at operational infrastructures and how the organisation operates currently, and whether that gives opportunity as well to some transformational change in how we model behaviours going forwards. So definitely the VNS. The way we've modelled it this year is just to give a discretionary, if you've got a discretionary budget, you have a 2.8% savings ask, and engage with the VNS work streams, because they can be an enabler on transformation to deliver some of that saving on that £48 million ask. So it is aligned to those models, and we are working with national governments around productivity and efficiency, which will link into our later conversations, I'm sure, again. Are we doing the right thing? Are we seeing all the patients with cancers as timely as possible, which ultimately will deliver financial return as well? So a lot of the value and sustainability isn't about money, it's about wider improvement and wider engagement. And we need to see all of those benefits accrue. Normally, therefore, the finance becomes that byproduct. So from a transformation and a savings perspective, that's where we head.
Angela, anything on that point regarding agency spend and retention and so on? And of course, West is best, some stay.
West. I think we need to identify that at the start there was less vacancies in West because they didn't have a recruitment issue for a long time until sort of the whole of the UK had it, and then pre-COVID it wasn't as bad as the other IHCs. I wouldn't say it was easy to recruit in the West, but Bangor University have got the biggest output of students. So the streamlining into the West is much higher because they want potentially all the West students want to live in the West and work in the West. So that isn't an issue. We also had a big uptake from international recruitment because they realised what the offer was really, and they knew that what they could do, and they've really incorporated it into the workforce and supported them. So I think that's been really good. I think the use of agency is because we can't get the agency. So I think they use less agency because it's more difficult to get agencies to go to the West. And we use off-contract agency much more in the West than we do our normal agency, because just because people can travel off contract, but to come over from the Merseyside area or Northwest over to the West is less palatable, I guess. So I guess that's multifactorial again, the reasons around it, but they're doing really well. We are actually converting our agency staff now that do work and live locally through to our substantive staff. So you know, we've not got very few vacancies in our A&E department in the West because we've recruited the agency staff we're using regularly into our own substantive staff now.
Pawb yn hapus felly I dderbyn yr adroddiad yna, a diolch.
So everyone happy to accept the content of the report, and thank you for the work, and it's worth noting the excellent work that the team have done to provide this annual report and the budget approved by the Audit Office as well. Very pleased with the work. There's more work to be done, but excellent work already.
Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn? Diolch yn fawr iawn. Ymlaen y droddiad nesa, sef eitem 24.
Next report, 157, and I'll turn to Pam.
Diolch, David. So this is just a standard update report. I'll take it as read. And there's just a couple of matters I wanted to draw to the attention of the board. One is just to note the affixing of the common seal, which is on page 4 of the report as required under the standing orders, as is the reporting of matters discussed in private at the last meeting. The other sort of, there's been a bit of work ongoing in terms of redeveloping what's called the annual business cycle for the health board meetings, and we'll be following a consistent format then with the committees as well. So part of the work I've agreed with David and chairs of the committees, we'll see them as a pack at the next chairs advisory group, so we can see across, make sure we've got that alignment. What we have done is we are aligning them to the annual plan to make sure we have it factoring things that should be coming along. I think just on that, we will also have what's called like a forward work programme, which, so the annual business cycle is annual, as you would expect, and there will be items that will come along in between board meetings or items that the board has requested. So rather than updating the annual business cycle, because that should be a cycle of what we're going to cover over the year, we'll be looking at that as a supplementary document. So I think that will make it a bit more straightforward for the board. So just happy to take any questions. And then also I've been working with David, the exec and independent members on developing an outline board development programme. This will change over time and things will come in and out, but I just really wanted to give the board a bit of a framework in terms of how it's currently looking. You will note within the programme we've got 3 full-day development sessions, which is part of the I would say team board sessions. The first one is in August, and I know independent members will have the opportunity to meet with Silver Maple shortly, as with the exec. So happy to take any questions on that, but I have socialised that separately, David. And then the last final 2 items, remuneration committee terms of reference are there as updated for approval by the board. We've taken out the reference to agenda for change staffing, because obviously that is a delegated matter anyway for executive to make sure the remuneration committee is focusing on the VSM posts, and I've incorporated the approved clinicians report into this. So if the board is happy, I'll do that going forward. So I'm happy to take any questions, but it should be straightforward for the board.
Diolch yn fawr. Unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw? Os nad oes, yna dwi'n gofyn i chi.
Unless there are questions, I ask you to note the content and to approve the terms of reference. To confirm terms of reference for the payment committee of the RIMCOM and
sydd yn argymellion I ni cymrydwyo neu ail-gymrydwyo unigwyr cymeradwy.
To reapprove under the medicine page 12.2.
Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you very much.
Felly 24.18 ydy cofrestr risg operator.
And then the risk, corporate risk register.
Diolch, David. So this is a paper which builds on the board development session we had at the end of June. We had the audit committee discussion, was it only last week? Last week, so we took a paper to the audit committee last week where we received the limited assurance report in terms of risk, but I think we just recognise there's been a lot of work done over the last year in terms of risk, and I think where we feel we were that's with an appropriate position for us to be in, but there's been a lot of work that's been happened in the last couple of months. I just really wanted to highlight we, as part of the board's responsibilities, we're required to review the risk framework on an annual basis and the risk appetite on an annual basis. We undertook that process at the end of June, and you'll see that's covered in the paper. One of the other sort of areas which we've making some changes to is having more of a risk scrutiny group, which is will be exec led, and thanks to Angela, who has agreed to chair that along with a number of other exec colleagues. So we're really focusing on doing a bit more scrutiny on terms of some of the risks as well. So I think that will help in terms of some of the discussions that the board members have raised in terms of are the actions really appropriate? Are they making difference to the level of risk? So really having a focus on that this year as we covered in the board's development. Just really to reiterate, the audit committee was supportive of the changes that we've made to the risk management framework, which is included in the pack for approval today. There are some changes which we talked at the board development and will feature in the next iteration of the report to the board, David, and that is around removing the levels of assurance, because that's more appropriate for a board assurance framework. Making sure that the risk registers the action, there's a shorter number of risks, but they're the right risks, which are seeing some movements, and we flashed some of those on the slides in the board development. Really looking at some of the challenge services which we're aware of and separating some of those out, because I think some of those risks will never change because different services are at different points in time. So we'll be separating some of those out and then working on a number of principal risks in terms of the board assurance framework, which will come to the board in September. So I suppose that sort of just gives a bit of a narrative in terms of our direction of travel. One of the key things that I've been working with a team to do, and we touched on the board development, is where the board sets a risk appetite. What does that mean then in terms of score against the risk pledge? Because I'm sure if I said to someone, oh, we want to open risk appetite for this type of risk, sometimes that's difficult for people to understand. What does that mean in terms of scoring? So if we find that a bit difficult, how in terms of our staff that managing some of those risks. So really starting to focus this year on managing risk within the tolerance that the board has set. And I think where the committees will come into play then is really focusing on those risks which are outside of tolerance, and making sure the plans are appropriate. So I'm hoping that will then make sure the conversations at the committees will really add value to the board, and hopefully we'll see some changes in some of the risk that will be in terms of some of that. So I'm really happy to take any questions on the risk register, but I think it's still work in progress, really starting to refine some of those actions. But I'm sure any of the executive directors as the leads would also be happy to take any questions. I'll stop there. Hopefully that's a helpful summary.
Yeah, that's comprehensive. Unrhyw question, new sylw and then new item. Claire?
Just a comment, Chair, and just to say that I think this has been developing iteratively, and it's great to see the progress that we're making. 3 lines of defence actions are getting clearer. We understand the timescales, and I think now, thinking about where we're going to head to and actually starting to see some of those really high numbered risks start to move down slightly would be really good. But thanks everyone for all the work on it.
I just want to echo that and say, I think the thing about the risk tolerance and how it compares, that's really helpful because it does enable us to focus down more on where we want to see change. And that's great.
Iawn. Yn arall? Na, os nad oes, ydych chi'n hapus i nodi'r materion trafodwyd yn y preifat diwetha fel sydd cael ei gyflwyno yna cymeradwyo nodi'r adroddiad, cymeradwyo newidiadau i'r fframwaith rheoli risg, cymeradwyo brodroedd i dderbyn y risgiau am y flwyddyn nesaf, ac yna ni cael y gofrestr risg gorfforaethol, ni'n derbyn hynny sydd wedi cyflwyno diwedd Mehefin eleni. Felly, pawb yn hapus i ni derbyn hynny i gyd. Diolch yn iawn, a diolch yn y gwaith ar y ddechrau sy'n digwydd yn y maes yna hefyd. Ymlaen, eitem nesa, eitem 24.159, adroddiad caderyddion pwyllgorau grwpiau cynghori, ac yn unol ar arfer, byddai'n gwahodd unrhyw un sydd eisiau tynnu sylw at unrhyw beth arbennig mae'r adroddiadau wedi cyflwyno ac ar gael i bawb, ond os yna unrhyw gadeirydd eisiau cyflwyno unrhyw beth arbennig yn sylw ni, dyma bydd cyfle, mi byddai'n sôn am un pwyllgor mewn munud, sef y pwyllgor elusennol mewn munud yn absenoldeb cadeirydd. Os unrhyw un eisiau cyflwyno rhywbeth arbennig o'r pwyllgor. Carlain,
tos o'n nodyn o adroddiad o gyfarfod ola QFC yma, dwi wedi bod i ffôn, dim ond
apologies. You lost the translation, I think. Apologies. All of the papers have now been prepared by the staff, and I will be going through these and reporting next time. Chris?
In the absence of Jones,
right.
Just to draw to the board attempts as a matter of ratification from the charitable fund. I'm sure you've already, you're not here to point to it more than anything.
Thank you very much. Yes, we'll do that before we conclude this. Karen?
It's already been said by yourself, David, but just to reiterate the excellent work that was done in getting the accounts over the finish line this year by the team, and the collaboration with external audit. So just to endorse previous congratulations to the team, and also that post that, I think we were the first to lay the accounts. Was that an achievement?
Yes, first health audit.
So
reverse the order this year.
Rather than last. So I thought that was worth noting.
Yeah. We've got now. I've got Chris with the
No, with the committee, I know that Chris has said about, as well as accepting the minutes, were asked to confirm the strategy for the charities 24 to 27. The committee has already approved this in the last meeting.
Felly ydych chi'n cymrydwyo gwaith yna ac yn derbyn yr adroddiadau eraill. That meets your what you mentioned, Chris, doesn't it, from that charity committee? Yeah, great. Thank you very much. In the absence of David Jones as a chair. So thank you very much for your Reit, ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf sef materion cloi. Eitem gyntaf, cyfle I unrhyw un.
So matters to conclude, anyone who would like to share the views about the meeting or improvements, any ideas, including, if I may, anyone, the public, if you want to propose any ideas or suggestions about the way forward.
Dan ni'n gorfod cael ffurfioldeb, ond dan ni'n gwneud hynny mewn ffordd sydd yn hyrwyddo trafodaethau pwrpasol gobeithio. Byddwn ni, dwi'n hoff iawn o Brifysgol Wrecsam.
Really like Wrexham and St Asaph, but we may need a new location for these meetings because the acoustics aren't offering themselves for broadcast and hearing within the room. It's something for us to consider. Any further comments about any improvements?
Was less of a suggestion for improvement, but more just of an acknowledgement that I think the quality of the papers have improved immensely with last year. If I look back a year to where we were to where we are now, I think the issues are more clearly identified. Although there's still a ton to get through, it did feel this time like it was a bit less in quantity. And I know that everybody in the room and outside of the room that contributes to the papers. But I just wanted to say thank you. I think we're heading in the right direction.
Yeah, good point. Well made. Rhywun arall?
I agree with that. It's seamless.
Yes.
Yeah. Bit more focus. Yeah. Okay.
Diolch
yn iawn. Unrhyw mater arall? Does na ddim mater arall wedi dod yn sylw.
No other business.
Cyfarfod nesa ni fel bwrdd ffurfio ydi mis Medi.
Next meeting is in September the 26th, but we also have an AGM on the 25th. And the public can attend and contribute. I assure that it should be somewhere in the north, but we're not sure where specifically as yet.
That's the
end of our formal business. We're now moving to a private session, so I suggest that we
symud I sesiwn breifat yn uno a'n cyfrifoldeb ni o dan adran 1-2 o ddeddf cyhoeddus derbyn I gyfarfodydd 1960. Dwi'n cynnig yn bod yn gwneud hynny.
I propose that we do so now. Does someone second that we close the next part of the meeting? Could I thank everyone who's been translating, Gwynfor and Lowry, and thank you for all contributions. I hope that it's been acceptable, and I hope, and thank you to the tech team for all of their work. It's always challenging. Thank you, Diane, Laura and Llynos and the team who are in the background doing all of the work to ensure. Thank you for all of your contributions. It's almost Friday. A weekend of relaxing. Thank you if you've joined online. We appreciate the fact that you've also taken an interest in our activities, and we're always willing to hear from you. And we would welcome you to any meeting that we arrange and to our AGM as well. Thank you very much. This part is now at an end. Thank you.